Hey guys, welcome to this tutorial. In this tutorial, we will create a static coffee site using React and Tailwind CSS. As you can see, navbar on top with some effects. Then there comes the banner. After the banner, there comes the Discover Us component. Then comes the menu with some effects. After the menu, there comes the About Us section with some effects. After that comes the review section. And then there is footer. This site has React scroll functionality. The site is fully responsive. As you can see, in this tutorial, we will create a static e-commerce site using React and Tailwind CSS. As you can see, navbar on top with search and icons on right side. Then we scroll down and see there are two buttons in the banner, each having different effects. As you can see, background icons effect as well. Then we scroll down to season collection. As we can see, 3 different seasons. When we click see more, it shows more seasons. Then we scroll down to our bestseller. There are 3 cards, each having different text and different prices. Then there comes the second banner of 50% discount. Then our product. When we click on anything, it shows the different products. Then Love and Bloom collections, each having different text, different icons. Then what they say, a testimonial section where there are 3 cards with the rate and some descriptions. Then there comes the footer section. As you can see, it will require @ here. Then it also contains React scroll for smooth scrolling. So in this video, we will create a weather app using Open Weather Map API. As you enter a city, it shows the data present. Let's type London. As you can see, we get all the details from current weather. You can see BG to change according to the weather. You can see suggestions as well. Let's type Australia. You can change degree from Celsius to Fahrenheit. If you enter wrong city, it shows an error. BG to change according to the weather. It is fully responsive. In today's video, we are going to create a cricket fever app using React and Rapid API's CrickBus API. This app will show you live upcoming matches with scorecard and live updation. So let me show you the demo of this site. As you can see, we have header on top having logo, text on left and a search bar in middle and navigations on right side. Then comes our banner section having text on left and image of ball and bat on right side. Then comes our live matches, where it will show the live matches going with the live feed and real-time updation using this API. Then we have this quick score on right, where you can see the quick score of that particular team. In upcoming matches, you can see the match that are going to happen in the future. Then comes our match details, which give you the full detail of scoreboard with real-time data. At the bottom, we have the sleek designed footer. Now if I click on detail button, then it will open match details with the data and player list on right and a match summary. You can collapse or expand the details too. Using this API, we get all these details and data. The site is fully responsive for any devices, that is for laptop, tablet and for mobile devices. So now let's get started. Open your VS Code, go to Chrome, type white React, click on the first link, scroll down, copy this command and paste it in your terminal. Give project name coffee static website. Select framework React, then JavaScript. Copy this line and paste it in your terminal. Let's install the node packages. Till the time they are installing, let's go to Chrome and install Tailwind CSS. Type here Tailwind CSS. Click on framework guides. Click using React using white. Copy this line and paste it in your terminal. Now copy this line and go to, and now we don't need the app.css file. Remove this. Now go to white.config.js file and paste it here. Now copy this line and paste it here. Put a comma and paste it here. Now scroll down and copy this import statement. Go to index.css and paste it here. Now copy this h1 tag and paste it in app.js. Remove this code and type RAFCE and paste it here. Change class to class name. Now run our server by typing npm run dev. Now as you can see, the Tailwind is installed successfully. Now remove the strict mode from main.jsx and let's give our title to our project, that is coffee static website. Now close all this and let's see there are assets. You can download the assets from the given link below. Now let's create our first component folder. Let's create our first component, that is navbar.jsx. Let's type RAFCE. Go to app.js and let's import navbar.jsx. Now as you can see, it's imported successfully. Now let's open and type React icons. To install React icon, copy this line and paste it in your terminal. Now restart our server by typing npm run dev. Now let's create a navbar. Type nav, give class name, position will be relative, bg cover, bg center, shadow XL, border 4, border dashed, border ember 500, rounded XL, overflow hidden. Now let's create coffee theme bg. Let's type div. Let's close the div here. Give class name, position will be absolute, insert 0, bg gradient to r, from, give a hash, give a code, to, again give a code, opacity will be 95. Now after this div, let's create div, give class name, position will be relative, max width will be 7xl, mx auto, padding from x axis will be 4, padding from y axis will be 5. Let's create div, give class name, flex, justify between, item center. Let's create logo. Now as you can see, after this let's create div, flex, item center. Let's create an anchor tag, hash, give class name, text will be white, text 3xl, for medium screen text will be LG, for larger screen text will be 4xl, font will be extra bold, flex, item center. Let's create a style, font family will be lobster, cursive. After this, let's go again and type React icons and type FA coffee. Let's copy this import statement and paste it here. Let's copy this and let's give class name to the icon, mr2, text yellow 300. Let's close this icon and let's type cafe royale. As you can see, cafe royale. Now let's type desktop menu. Let's create desktop menu, type div, give class name, hidden, for medium screen it will be flex, space from x axis will be 8, item will be center. Now let's go to GitHub. You can go directly from the given link below to get the dummy data. Open src, go to components, go to navbar.jsx, copy this line and paste it here. Copy this and paste it here. Okay. Now let's pass nav links dot map. Let's pass id comma label comma extra. Let's create an arrow function. Let's create don't close it. Let's type react scroll and enter. Now copy this command and paste it in your terminal. It will install the React scroll packages. Let's restart the server. Now let's type link. Let's pass key ID. Let's import link. Import link from React scroll. Now here type 2 ID, then give smooth is equal to true. Duration will be 500. Then let's type class name, backtick, position will be, text will be white, hover, text will be yellow 300, transition all, duration will be 300, font will be semi bold, text will be LG, for medium screen text will be SM. Let's extra, position will be relative, group, give a style, that is font family will be Montserrat, comma, put a comma inside and type sans serif. Now let's pass label and type span tag. Close the span tag right here. Give class name, position will be absolute, bottom 0, left 0, width will be 0, height will be 3 pixel, BG will be yellow 300, transition all, duration 300, group hover, width will be full. Now as you can see, the icons are here. The menu are here. Type cursor pointer. Then give height, yes. Now as you can see, a bar is coming down side. Now after this div, let's create button. Let's type div. Let's copy this div class and paste it here. Let's change the value to 5. Then an anchor tag, give hashtag, give class name will be flex, hashtag order, flex item center. For larger screen, padding from y-axis will be 3, padding from x-axis will be 4, for medium screen, padding from x-axis will be 6, padding from y-axis will be 2, padding from y-axis will be 1.5 in medium screen, BG gradient to R from yellow 400 to yellow 600, text will be white, rounded full. Then shadow will be 2 XL, hover shadow 2 XL, transform hover scale 105, transition all, duration will be 300, font will be bold, text will be SM, for medium screen text will be SM. Let's give style, font family will be, let's copy this line and paste it here. Then let's pass an icon, that is FA coffee, give class name MR2, let's close it and type order now. Now as you can see, a button is here. Now after this, let's create another anchor tag, hashtag login, give class name, padding from x-axis will be 4, for medium screen padding from x-axis will be 6, for medium screen padding from y-axis will be 1, padding from y-axis will be 2, for larger screen padding from y-axis will be 3, border 2, border yellow 400, border text yellow 400, rounded full, hover BG yellow 400, hover text will be white, transition all, duration 300, font will be bold, text will be SM, for medium screen text will be SM. Now copy this style and paste it here. And let's pass an icon, that is FA user. Give class name inline. For medium screen, text will be SM MR2. Let's close this and let's type login. Now as you can see, a login button is here. After this div, let's create mobile toggle. Let's create div, give class name, MD will be hidden, flex, item center. Let's create button. Now let's define a state, that is const is open, comma set is open is equal to use state false. Now on click, let's create an arrow function. Set is open is open. Give class name to the button, that is hover, text will be yellow 300, transition all, duration 300, text will be 2 XL, padding will be 2, rounded LG, BG will be white, BG opacity will be 10, and button is open. Then show FA times, give class name, text yellow 300, else show FA bars, give class name, text yellow 300. Okay, make it here, nice. Now as you can see, you can toggle it. Now then let's create mobile menu. Let's create div, let's create is open, and let's create div, give class name. For medium screen it will be hidden, BG, let's give a code, BG opacity will be 95, backdrop blur SM, rounded LG, for margin top will be 4, padding from y-axis will be 4, shadow XL. Let's create div, give class name flex, flex call, space from y-axis will be 4, padding from x-axis will be 4. Let's pass navlinks.map. Let's pass ID label. Let's create an arrow function. Let's create an anchor tag. Give hash. Let's remove hash. Let's give backtick hash ID. Let's create div class name. Type text white. Text will be LG. Padding from y-axis will be 3. Padding from x-axis will be 4. Rounded LG. Hover BG a code. Transition all. Duration will be 300. Let's pass a key, that is ID. Then pass label. Now as you can see, the menu is here. Then after this, let's create div, give class name flex, flex call, space from y-axis will be 3, margin top will be 4. Let's create an anchor tag, hashtag order. Give class name, width will be full, text will be center, padding from y-axis will be 3, BG gradient to R, from yellow 400 to yellow 600, text will be white, rounded full, for shadow will be MD, hover, shadow will be LG, transition all, duration will be 300. Let's type order now. After this, let's create an anchor tag, hashtag login, give class name. Let's copy this and paste it here. Border 2, border will be red, border yellow 300, text will be white, rounded full, hover PG yellow 400, hover text will be white, transition all, duration will be 300. Let's type login. After this, let's check. Now as you can see, the nav bar is fully responsive. Now let's create another component, that is banner.jsx. Let's type RAFCE. Let's go to app component and import banner. Let's close this. Now let's create a banner section. Let's create div, give ID home, class name will be position will be relative, BG will be cover, BG no repeat, BG center, min height will be 80 VH. For medium screen, let's copy this and paste it here. Change it to 85 VH. For larger screen, change it to 95 VH. Flex item center, padding from x-axis will be 8. For smaller, it will be 4. In medium devices, it will be 6. Let's style BG background image will be, let's import the image. Import banner coffee from /assets/banner coffee. Now as you can see, this image banner coffee.png. Now backtick URL, let's pass banner coffee. Now as you can see, the image is present here. After this, then create a div and close it here. Let's pass class name. Position will be absolute, insert 0, BG will be black, opacity will be 30. After this, let's create div, give class name, position will be relative, Z index will be 10, max width will be XL, text will be white, text will be center. For smaller screen, text will be center. For medium screen, text will be center. For larger, it will be text will be left. Now let's give title, create h1 tag, give class name, padding from x-axis will be 5, margin bottom will be 4, text will be 3XL, font will be bold, font play fair display. For medium smaller screen, text will be 5XL, for medium, text will be 7XL, for large, it will be 9XL. Let's give style, font family will be dancing script cursive. Let's type coffee. As you can see, coffee is here. After this, let's create description. Let's create paragraph tag, give class name, padding from x-axis will be 5, leading relaxed, margin bottom will be 6, font will be serif. For smaller screen, text will be base. For medium, text XL. For larger, text will be 3XL. Let's type the dummy data, dummy text, that is, it is your have we provide the best for our customer, full stop. Now as you can see, the dummy text is here. After this, let's create call to action button. Let's create div, give class name, flex, justify center. For larger screen, justify start. Let's type button, give class name, BG yellow 600, hover, BG yellow 700. Text will be black, font will be medium, transition colors, rounded full, shadow will be LG, border 2, border yellow 800, hover, border yellow 700. Padding from x-axis will be 6. Padding from y-axis will be 3. For smaller screen, padding from x-axis will be 4. For smaller, padding from y-axis will be 2. In medium, for x-axis it will be 6 and for y it will be 3. For larger, padding from x-axis will be 8 and y-axis it will be 4. Text will be LG. Type order now. Now as you can see, our order now button is here. Then let's create our another component, that is discover.jsx. Let's type RAFCE. Now let's import discover. Now let's create discover component. Type section, give class name, the position will be relative, bg gradient to r from a code via a code to a code. Min height will be screen, min height will be 50 VH. Text will be a code. Font will be serif. Padding from y-axis will be 12. Padding from x-axis will be 4. Flex, item center, overflow will be hidden. Now let's create div. Give class name container. Max width 7XL. MX auto. Width will be full. Flex. Flex call. For medium screen, flex will be row. Flex will be row. Then gap will be of 8. Let's create left side. Let's create div. Give class name. Width will be full. For medium screen, width will be 1/2. Flex. Flex call. Justify center. Item center. For medium screen, item will be start. Text will be center. For medium screen, text will be left. Padding from x-axis will be 4. For medium screen, it will be 7. Let's create h1 tag. Give class name. Text will be 3XL. For smaller screen, text will be 4XL. For medium screen, text will be 5XL. For larger, it will be 6XL. Font will be bold. Margin bottom will be 4. Let's type discover the best coffee. Now as you can see, it's present here. After this h1 tag, let's create paragraph tag. Give class name text base. For smaller screen, text will be LG. For medium, it will be XL. Leading relaxed. Margin bottom will be 6. Let's type the text, that is with quality coffee that helps boost your productivity and builds your mood. Full stop. Having a cup of coffee is good, but having a cup of real coffee is greater. There is no doubt that you will enjoy this coffee more than any other. This is the dummy text. As you can see. After the paragraph tag, let's create button. Give class name bg a code. Text will be white. Padding from y-axis will be 3. Padding from x-axis will be 6. Rounded full. Shadow will be MD. Hover, shadow will be LG. Transform, hover, minus translate from y-axis 1. Transition, duration will be 300. Ease in and out. Let's type learn more. Now as you can see, a learn more button. Now let's create right side. Let's create div. Give class name width will be full. For medium screen, width will be 1/2. Flex, justify center. For medium screen, justify end. Item center, padding from x-axis will be 4. Now let's create image tag. Let's import the image. Import coffee beans from assets/coffeebeans.png. As you can see, this image. Now let's type coffee beans. In alt, let's type coffee beans. Give class name. Width will be full. Height will be auto. Max width will be SX. For smaller screen, let's paste it here. MD. For medium, it will be LG. And for larger screen, it will be XL. For XL, it will be 2XL. Object contain. Now as you can see the image. Now till this it's responsive. Okay. Now let's close this and let's create menu.jsx. Let's type RAFCE. Now go to app component and import menu. Now as you can see, menu is imported successfully. Now let's go to menu.jsx, copy this code and go to menu and paste it here. Now remove this statements and remove this. Now it's fine. Now let's create menu. Now let's type div, give ID, menu, class name, min height screen, padding from y-axis will be 16, padding from x-axis will be 4, for smaller it will be 6 and for larger it will be 8. Position will be relative, overflow hidden. Let's create div, give class name, max width will be 7XL, mx auto, position will be relative. Div, class name, text will be center, margin bottom will be 16, position will be relative. H2, give class name, position will be relative. Inline block, text will be 3XL, for smaller screen it will be 4XL, for medium text will be 3XL, for larger text will be 5XL. Font family will be homemade, apple, comma cursive. Drop shadow MD, font will be bold. Text Ember 900, margin bottom will be 4. Let's create a span tag, give class name, position will be absolute, minus top 2, for smaller screen minus top 4, for medium minus top 5 and for larger screen it will be 6. Minus left 2, for smaller screen minus left 4, for medium screen minus left 6 and for larger it will be minus 8. Text XL, for smaller screen text will be 2XL, for medium text will be 3XL, for larger text will be 3XL. Now let's close this. Now let's copy this icon and paste it here. Now after the span tag, let's type enjoy a new blend of coffee style. Let's create another span tag, give class name, position will be absolute, minus bottom will be 2. Let's copy this line and paste it here. Remove this. Change top to bottom. Let's copy this. Change here. Change it here. Change left to right. Copy this right and paste it here. Then here, let's copy the icon and paste it here. Now, as you can see, it's present here. Then let's create paragraph tag, give class name, text will be XL, for larger text will be 2XL, font will be bold, font family will be Libre, Baskerville, Serif. Now italic, text Ember 800, max width will be 2XL, MX auto, margin top will be 8. Let's type the paragraph. Explore all flavors of coffee with us. There is always a new cup of worth experiencing. After this div, now as you can see, the text is here. After this div, let's create div, give class name grid. Grid calls 1. For smaller screen, grid calls 2. For medium, grid calls 2. For larger, grid calls 4. Gap will be 8. Now let's pass coffee item dot map item comma index. Let's create an arrow function. Type div. Key will be index. Class name will be group. Position will be relative. BG will be white. Rounded 2XL. Overflow will be hidden. Shadow will be XL. Hover. Shadow will be 2XL. Transition all. Duration will be 300. Transform. Hover. Minus translate from y-axis will be 2. Now let's create a div and close the div right here. Give class name. Position will be absolute. Insert 0. BG gradient to R. From Ember 700/10 to Ember 900/10. Rounded will be 2XL. Pointer event none. After this, let's create div, give class name, position will be relative, overflow will be hidden. Another div and close the div right here. Give class name, position will be absolute, insert 0, BG gradient to T from Ember 900/30 to transparent, Z index will be 10. Then create an image tag. Let's type item.image. In alt, type item.name. Now as you can see, the images are here. Give class name, width will be full, height will be 556, object will be cover, transition transform, duration will be 300, group hover, scale 110. Now create div, give class name, padding will be 6, position will be relative. Another div, give class name, margin bottom will be 4, flex, item center, justify between. Let's pass item.icon. Now as you can see, different icons are here. Now after this, let's create an span tag, give class name, text will be 2XL, font will be Playfair, font will be bold, text Ember 900, BG Ember 100, padding from x-axis will be 4, padding from y-axis will be 2, rounded full, shadow SM. Let's type $199. After this div, let's create h3 tag, give class name, text will be 2XL, font will be, let's copy this line and paste it here. And after this, margin bottom will be 2, border be 2, border Ember 200, padding from bottom will be 2. Let's pass item.name. As you can see, different name are here. Now after this h3 tag, create a paragraph tag and let's pass item dot description. Give class name text ember 800, font will be Lato, margin bottom will be 4, min height will be 60 pixel. Now as you can see, text are here. Now after this, let's create a button. Give class name, width will be full, bg gradient to r, from ember 900 via ember 800 to ember 900. Text will be white, padding from y-axis will be 3, padding from x-axis will be 6, rounded XL, rounded XL, hover shadow LG, transition all, duration 300, flex, justify center, item center, gap will be 2, font will be Lato, font will be semi bold, group hover, BG ember 800. Let's pass the icon FA mug hot, give class name, transition transform, group hover, rotate 12. Let's create a span tag. Let's type order now. Give span tag class name, group hover, translate from x-axis will be 1, transition transform. Now as you can see, now after this div, let's create hover effect. Let's create div, give class name, position will be absolute, top will be 0, left will be 0, width will be 4, height will be 4, border T4, border L4, border ember 900, opacity will be 0, group hover, opacity will be 10, 100, transition opacity, duration will be 300. Now remove this and close the div right here. Now as you can see, a hover effect. Let's copy this and paste it 3 times. Let's change left to right and here L to R. Here change top to bottom and T to B. Here change top to bottom and left to right. Change here L to R and T to B. Now as you can see, the 4 border are here. Now after this, close this and create another component, that is about us.jsx. Let's type RAFCE, go to app.jsx and import about us. Now go to about us and let's create about us. Give div, give class name, max min h screen, then padding from y-axis will be 12, padding from x-axis will be 4, for smaller it will be 6, for larger it will be 8. BG gradient to B from a antique white to wheat. Let's create div, give class name, max width 7XL, MX auto, text will be center, margin bottom will be 16, flex, flex call, item center. Let's create image tag. Let's import the images, image cb from assets/cb.png. Let's copy this line and paste it 3 times. Now change CB to extraordinary. Copy this and paste it here. Let's change this to batch. Change it, paste it here and here to price. And copy this and paste it here. Now type CB in alt type coffee beans. Give class name width will be 16, height will be 16, margin bottom will be 4. Okay, it's not coming. Let's create h1 tag. Give class name, text will be 3XL. For smaller screen, text will be 4XL. For medium, it will be 5XL. Font will be serif. Text will be saddle brown. Margin bottom will be 4. Type Y, choose us. Question mark. After this h1, let's create a paragraph tag. Type the paragraph. Crafting moments of perfection in every cup. Let's create div. Give class name grid. Grid calls 1. For medium screen, grid calls 2. For larger, grid calls 4. Gap will be 8. Max width 7XL. MX auto. Let's pass card. BG white. Let's close this. Let's type icon BG is equal to BG saddle brown. Then icon is equal to CB. Then alt is equal to beans. Then invert. Then title is equal to premium quality. Then text is equal to aesthetically sourced beans roasted to perfection. Then border color is equal to saddle brown. Then title color is equal to text saddle brown. Then text color will be equal to text rosy brown. Then let's copy this card and paste it here. Change BG to BG gradient to be from saddle brown to Sienna. Change BG to white. Change the icon to price. Change alt to price. Remove inverted. Change the title fair pricing. Change the text to premium quality at honest price. Change the border color to blurry wood. Change title color to text white and change this to this. Now let's copy this card again and paste it here. Just change the icon to extraordinary and alt will be changed to flavors. Let's change the title to unique flavors. Let's change text to artisan blends crafted by master roaster. Then let's copy this card and paste it here. Let's change the icon will be badge. Copy this and paste it here. Change the title to award winning. Let's change the text to recognize for excellence in coffee craftsmanship. Then now let's create a const cards is equal to Let's pass bg. Let's pass icon bg. Let's pass icon alt invert comma title comma text comma border color comma title color comma text color, and let's create an arrow function. Let's type div, give class name, backtick, position will be relative, bg, padding will be 8, rounded 3xl, shadow will be lg, overflow hidden, transition transform, duration will be 300, transform, hover, scale 105. Now let's create div, give class name, position will be relative, z index will be 10. Let's create div, give class name, margin bottom will be 6, flex, justify center, another div, give class name, backtick, width will be 24, height will be 24. Let's pass icon bg, comma, rounded, full, flex, item center, justify center, shadow will be md. Let's create an image tag. Let's pass icon in alt. Let's pass alt, give class name, backtick, width will be 14, height will be 14. Then let's pass invert, then filter, bg brightness will be 0, inverted, else make it empty. Let's create h3 tag, give class name, backtick, text will be xl, for smaller screen text will be 2xl, for medium text will be 2xl, font will be serif, font will be bold, backtick, let's pass title color, margin bottom will be 4, text will be center. Let's pass title. Let's create paragraph tag and let's pass text, give class name, backtick, text will be center, text will be sm, for medium screen, for smaller screen text will be base, text will be lg, font will be medium, italic, leading relaxed. Let's pass text color. Let's create div and let's close the div right here and give class name, margin top will be 4, style border top will be backtick, backtick 2 pixel dashed dollar. Let's pass border color. Now it says okay, it's not an arrow function. Let's create it. Now there is an error. It says CB is not defined. Okay, now change this to CB. Now as you can see, it's present. Wait. Now let's remove this and change the parenthesis. Now as you can see, y choosers is present here. It's looking good. Now after this div, let's create div, give class name, max width will be 4xl, mx auto, margin top will be 20, text will be center. Now create div, give class name, position will be relative, bg gradient to r, from saddle brown to Sienna, rounded 3xl, padding will be 1, shadow will be 2xl, overflow hidden. Let's create div and close the div right here. Give class name, position will be absolute, insert 0, opacity will be 10. After this, let's create div, give class name, bg anti-QE white, rounded 2 XL, padding will be 8, position will be relative, z index will be 10, mx will be 1, my will be 1, and let's create an h1 tag. Let's create h2 tag, give class name, text will be left, text will be XL, for smaller screen text will be 2 XL, for medium text will be 3 XL, font will be serif, text will be saddle brown, margin bottom will be 6, leading tight. Let's type start your coffee journey with us. Now as you can see, there is a box and text. Now after h2, let's create button, give class name, bg gradient to r, from saddle brown to Sina, text will be white, text will be base, text will be LG, for medium screen text will be XL, padding from x-axis will be 8, padding from y-axis will be 4, rounded full, hover, shadow will be LG, transition all, duration 300, font will be medium, hover, scale 105. Let's type join, now join us, and let's type the Unicode for the arrow. Now after this, let's create a paragraph tag, give class name, margin top will be 4, text will be roast brown, font will be medium, italic, text will be SM, for smaller text will be base, for medium it will be XL. Join 50,000 plus coffee lovers worldwide. Now as you can see, now after this, let's create another component, that is testimonials.jsx. Let's type RAFCE. Let's go to app component and let's import the testimonial. Now let's create our testimonial. Let's create div, give ID testimonial, give class name, min height screen, bg gradient to be from antiquate white to wheat, flex column, item center, justify center, padding from x-axis will be 4, in smaller screen it will be 6, for medium it will be 8, padding from y-axis will be 10, font will be Poppins. Wait. Okay, let's remove this. Now, fine. Let's close this and let's create div, give class name, text will be center, margin bottom will be 12. Let's create h2 tag, give class name, text will be 4XL, for smaller screen text will be 4XL, for medium screen text will be 5XL, font will be Playfair display, font will be bold, text will be stone 900, margin bottom will be 4. Let's type voices of delight. Now as you can see, it's present here. Now after this h2 tag, let's create a paragraph tag, give class name, text will be LG, in smaller screen text will be LG, for medium text will be XL, text is tone 600, max width will be 2XL, MX auto. Let's type discover what our cherished customers say about their extraordinary coffee experiences. Now let's create testimonial grid. Let's type div, give class name grid. Grid calls 1. For medium screen, grid calls 2. Gap will be 8. Max width will be 6 pixel. Max width will be 6 pixel. Width will be full. Padding from x-axis will be 4. Now as you can see, the text is here. Now let's create first card. Let's create div, give class name, position will be relative, bg rows 50, rounded 3 XL, padding will be 8, shadow will be 2 XL, hover shadow will be 2 XL, shadow will be 2 XL, shadow will be 2 XL, make it 3 XL, transition from all, duration will be 500, border L4, border R4, border T2, border B2. For medium screen, border L will be 16 pixel. For medium, border R will be 16 pixel. For medium, border T will be 4. For medium, border B will be 4. Border hashtag a code group, overflow will be hidden, transform. Let's create div, give class name, text will be center, another div, give class name, margin bottom will be 8. Let's import the image, import men from asset slash, let's see, men.png, then import, let's copy this line and paste it here. Let's change men to woman, and here change it to woman, here change it to men. Now let's pass men, in alt pass men, give class name, width will be 20, height will be 20, for smaller screen width will be 24, for smaller height will be 24, rounded full, object cover mx auto, border will be 4, border stone 900, shadow will be LG, transition transform. Now as you can see, a card is present here. Then let's create div, give class name, position will be relative, margin bottom will be 8, and span tag, give class name, position will be absolute, top 0, left 0, left will be 1/2. Then minus translate from x-axis will be 1/2, margin top will be 8, text will be 6 XL, text will be sky 900, opacity will be 20. Let's pass an Unicode. After this span tag, let's create a paragraph tag, give class name, text gray 700, text will be LG, for smaller screen text will be LG, for medium it will be LG2. Then leading relax, padding from x-axis will be 4, font will be medium. Let's type the paragraph. Every sip feels a warm embrace. The attention to detail in their brewing process is unparalleled. It's not just coffee, it's an experience that awakens all senses. Now as you can see, it's present here. Then a span tag, give class name, position will be absolute, bottom 0, left will be 1/2, minus translate from x-axis will be 1/2, minus MB will be 8, text will be 6 XL, text is tone 900, opacity will be 20. Let's give a, as you can see, the Unicode is present there. Let's create div, give class name, space from y-axis will be 2, h3 tag. Let's type Amit. Give class name, text will be 2xl, font will be Playfair display. Then font will be bold, text will be stone 900. After this, let's create paragraph tag and let's type coffee connoisseur. Give class name, text will be SM, text will be stone 600, uppercase, tracking widest. Now create div and let's close this div right here and let's give class name. Width will be full, height will be 1, bg gradient to r from stone 900 via stone 600 to stone 900. Opacity will be 50, margin top will be 4. Now as you can see, the card is here. Now let's copy this and let's create the second card and paste it here. Now let's change the image to woman. Alt will be changed to woman. Then the paragraph will be changed. The coffee here tells a story in every cup. From the first aroma to the last drop, it's a journey through centuries of coffee tradition, perfected with modern craftsmanship. Then change the name to Sarah. Let's change the paragraph here. Type artisan brewer. Now it's here. Now let's close this component and let's create a final, that is footer.js. Let's type RAFCE and let's go to app component and import footer here. Then let's close this and let's create a footer. Let's type footer, give class name, position will be relative, bg gradient to r from a code to hashtag a code, text yellow 300, overflow will be hidden. Let's create decorative border. Let's type div, give class name. Let's close this div right here. Now give class name, position will be absolute, top will be 0, left will be 0, right will be 0, height will be 2, bg gradient to r from yellow 400 via yellow 500 to yellow 400. Now after this div, let's copy this again and let's paste it here. Let's change top to bottom. Let's create div, give class name, position will be relative, z index will be 10, max width will be 6xl, mx auto, padding from x-axis will be 4, in smaller screen it will be 6, for larger it will be 8, padding from y-axis will be 12. Let's create div, give class name, flex column, for medium screen flex will be row, justify between, item center. Now let's create branding section. Let's type div, give class name, margin bottom will be 8, for medium screen margin bottom will be 0, text center, text will be left. Let's create h1 tag, give class name, text will be 2xl, for smaller screen text will be 3xl, for medium it will be 4, font will be bold, bg gradient to r from yellow 400 to yellow 600, bg clip text will be transparent. Let's type Cafe Royale. After this h1, create a paragraph and give class name. Margin top will be 2. Text will be base. For smaller screen, text will be LG. For medium, text will be XL. Italic, text yellow 300. Let's type the paragraph. Brewing inspiration every day. Now as you can see, it's present here. After this div, let's create navigation buttons. Let's type div, give class name flex, flex wrap, justify center, gap will be 8. Now go to footer.jsx. Let's copy this and let's paste it here. Let's open this and paste it here. And let's copy this line and paste it here. After this, type .map function. Let's pass icon, comma label, comma index. Let's create an arrow function. Let's type anchor tag. Let's type backtick, hashtag, dollar. Let's pass label, dot to lowercase. Then after this, let's pass key, index, give class name will be flex, flex call, item center, tracking transition will be colors, duration 300. Then after this, let's pass icon, size will be 28. Let's close this. Let's create a span tag, type label, give class name, margin top will be 1, text will be SM. Now as you can see, it's present here. Then after this, let's create decorative separator. Let's type div, give class name, margin from y-axis will be 8, position will be relative, div, give class name, position will be absolute, insert 0, flex, item center, then create div, give class name, width will be full, border T2, border dashed, border from border yellow 500/30. Remove this div and close the div right here. After this, let's create a div, give class name, position will be relative, flex, justify center. Let's create a span tag, go to menu and copy this icon and paste it here. Give class name, BG will be a hashtag a code, padding from y-axis will be 4, text yellow 400, text will be LG, for smaller screen text will be XL. Now as you can see, a divider. Now let's create email. Let's create div, give class name, flex, flex call. For medium screen, flex will be row, justify between, item center, for margin bottom will be 12, gap will be 6. Let's create div, give class name, width will be full, for medium screen max width will be MD. Another div, give class name, BG gradient to R, from yellow 400 to yellow 600, padding bottom will be 0, padding will be 0.5. Now rounded will be XL, rounded will be full. Now type div, class name flex, BG will be hashtag a code, rounded full, PL will be 6, PR will be 2, PY will be 2, and input tag type will be email, placeholder will be enter your email. For brew full updates, give class name, width will be full, BG will be transparent, text will be white, placeholder gray 300, outline will be none. Now as you can see, it's present here. After this input tag, let's create a button tag. Type submit, subscribe. Let's type class name. ML will be 2, padding from x-axis will be 4. For smaller it will be 6. Padding from y-axis will be 2. BG gradient to R, from yellow 400 to yellow 600. Text will be dark coffee. Font will be semi bold. Rounded will be full. Hover opacity will be 90. Transition opacity. Now you can see. After this, let's create divider, footer bottom or a divider. Let's create div, class name, text will be center, space from y-axis will be 4. Let's create div, class name, flex, justify center, item center, space from x-axis will be 2. Let's create a span tag, give class name, h will be pixel, width will be 8, BG yellow 400. Let's close this span tag here. After this, let's create a paragraph tag, give class name, text will be XL, for smaller screen text will be 2XL, font will be semi bold, BG gradient to R, from yellow 400 to yellow 600. BG clip text, text will be transparent. Now let's type designed by, let's give an empty space. After this, let's create a span tag, hexagon digital services, and in span tag give class name, hover, text will be purple 300. Now copy this span tag and paste it here. Now as you can see, it's present here. Give another class name, that is cursor pointer. Now it's looking good. Now the React scroll functionality is working. It's not working for about. Let's go to about us, and here let's pass ID about. Now it's working fine. Now let's check the responsiveness. Now the site is fully responsive. For mobile view, for laptop and for tablet, for all screen it's responsive. So that's all for this video. Open VS Code, go to Chrome, type white React. Click on the first link, scroll down, copy this link and copy this text and paste it in your terminal. Give project name e-commerce. Package name will be same. Select React, select variant JavaScript. Type cd e-commerce. Press enter, type, copy this command and paste it in your terminal. It will install the node packages. Till the time they are installing, let's install Tailwind CSS. Go to Chrome, type Tailwind CSS, go to framework guide, select use white, copy this command and paste it in your terminal. Copy this second command and go to white.config.js file and paste it here. Now copy this too and paste it here. Then copy this command. Go to, we don't need app.css, delete it, Control A and paste it here. Copy this h1 tag, go to app.js, remove this whole code, type snippet RAFCE and paste the code here. Change class to class name and type npm run dev to start our server. As you can see, the Tailwind CSS is successfully installed. Now go to index.html, give title e-commerce. Go to main.jsx, remove the strict mode. Now, as you can see, the assets file here, you can download the assets from the link given below. So now let's create our first folder, components. In this folder, create our first file, that is navbar.jsx. Type the snippet RAFCE. Let's import navbar to app component. Type div navbar and close it. Let's give div a class name, app container. Let's go to navbar. Let's remove this code and type div nav class name with full flex, justify between, item center, padding from x-axis will be 4. For smaller screen, padding from x-axis will be 6. For medium screen, padding from x-axis will be 2. For larger screen, padding from x-axis will be 6. Padding from y-axis will be 4. Shadow MD. BG gradient to R. From pink 500 to red 500. Position will be relative. For medium screen, it will be fixed. For medium screen, top will be 0. For medium screen, left will be 0. Medium screen, right will be 0. Z index will be 50. Let's comment this as mobile menu. Let's create a button. But before that, let's create a state that is mobile menu open, comma, set is mobile menu open is equal to use state, give the value false. Now let's create a function const toggle menu, const toggle mobile menu. Let's create an arrow function here. Set is mobile menu open to not is mobile menu open. Let's give a button a class name, that is for medium screen it will be hidden, text white, focus, outline none. On click, toggle mobile menu. Let's terminate it and let's go to Chrome and type React icons. Go to the link below, copy this command and paste it in your terminal. It will install the React icons. Let's restart our server. Now let's type, is mobile menu open? Question mark. FA times, else show FA bars. Class name will be width 6, height 6. Let's copy the class name and paste it here. Now go to React icons and type FA times. Copy the first command and paste it here. Copy this FA bars and paste it in that command. Put a comma and paste it here. Now go to inspect, and as you can see, it's successfully here. Now let's go back to VS Code, and now let's create center logo. H2 tag, H1 tag, class name will be text Excel. For Excel screen, text will be 4XL. For smaller screen, text will be 2XL. For medium screen, text will be XL. Font bold. Tracking white. Text white. Font will be Poppins. Flex. Item center. Cursor pointer. Gap will be 2. Now type love fashion. FA hearts. Give a class name, text red 300, animate pulse. Let's close this. Now let's go back to Chrome. As you can see, it's here. Now let's create desktop menu. Let's create a UL tag, give a class name hidden. For medium screen, it will be flex. For medium screen, space x3, space x6. For larger screen, space from x-axis will be 6. Will be not 6, it will be 8. For Excel screen, space will be 10. Text will be white. Text base. For larger screen, text will be large. Font medium. Create a li tag, class name hover. Text will be ping 200. Cursor pointer, text tracking, transition colors, duration 300. Let's terminate this and go back and search. Go to Chrome and search for React scroll. Open this link and copy this command and paste it in your terminal. It will install the React scroll. Now restart our server. Refresh it, as you can see this. Now type link. Let's import link. Import link from React scroll. Now give a active class, will be active to home. Spy is equal to true. Smooth is equal to true. Offset is equal to -70. Duration will be 500. Now give a name home. Now as you can see, home is present here. Now copy this link, this li tag, and paste it 1 2 3 4 times. Let's change it to season. 2 will be changed to season. Now then let's change it to products. It will be changed to product. Then it will be changed to collections, and 2 will be, copy this and paste it here, make the C smaller. Let's copy this li tag and paste it here and change home to testimonial, and copy this and paste it to 2 and change T to small. Nice. As you can see, it's all present here. All the menus are present here on Chrome. Now let's close the UL tag and create a div. Give class name flex, space from x-axis will be 4. For smaller screen, space from x-axis will be 6. Item center, text will be white. Let's create search bar. Let's create div, class name, relative, position will be relative, hidden. For medium screen, block. Let's create an input. Placeholder, type will be text, placeholder search. Class name will be border, border white. BG transparent. Padding from x-axis will be 4. Padding from y-axis will be 2. Rounded full. Focus outline none. Focus ring 2. Focus ring white. Placeholder. Placeholder white. Width will be 32. For medium screen, width will be 28. For larger screen, width will be 40. Let's give a FA search. Class name, position will be absolute. Right 3, top 3. Text will be white. Cursor pointer. Let's close this. And as you can see, the icon and search is here. If we type anything, it shows. Let's create cart icons and a profile icon. Let's create div. Class name will be flex. Space from x-axis will be 3. For smaller screen, space from x-axis will be 4. FA shopping cart. Class name will be text LG. For smaller screen, text will be Excel. Cursor pointer. Now hover. Text ping 200. Transition colors. Duration will be 300. Let's close this. Let's create FA user class name. Let's copy this class name and paste it here. Let's close this. Now as you can see, it's present here. Now let's close this nav and create a mobile menu. Is mobile menu open? And let's create the div. Let's give a class name. From medium screen, it will be hidden. It will be fixed. Top 16, left 0, right 0, BG gradient to R, from ping 300, from ping 500 to red 500, Z index will be 40, shadow MD, transition all, duration 300. Div, class name, padding will be 4. Div, class name, relative, padding relative, for margin bottom will be 4. Let's create input tag. Text type will be text, placeholder search, class name with full border white. Wait, let's copy this line from here to here and paste it here. Now type FA search, class name, position will be absolute, right 3, top 3, text white, cursor pointer. Now close this div and create mobile menu. Let's create UL tag. Class name will be flex call, space from y axis will be 3, text white, font medium, text LG. Let's create li tag. Class name will be hover, text ping 200, cursor pointer, transition colors, duration will be 300. Now let's type home, copy this li tag and paste it. Wait a second, copy this li tag and paste it 4 times. Let's change this to seasons. Let's change this to products, this to collections, and then testimonials. Now let's check this for mobile view. It's responsive. Let's check this. As you can see, okay, the season has 2s. Yes, now as you can see, it's working fine. Now let's create another component that will be banner.jsx. Type RAFCE. Let's go to app.js and import banner. Let's go to index.css, type HTML, type scroll behavior smooth, type dot container, width will be 100%, overflow from x-axis will be hidden. Let's close this and let's create banner. Type div, ID will be home, class name will be with full, overflow hidden. Another div, class name, position will be absolute, insert 0, pointer event none, overflow hidden. Let's create array dot from. Let's type length 25 dot map. Let's give a dash comma I, create an arrow function, create const icons is equal to fa heart comma fa star. These icons will be imported from React icons /fa. Type fa shopping bag, type const icon is equal to icons dot icons square bracket math dot floor math dot random asterisk icons dot length. let's type return icon. Let's create it, type key, pass I, give class name absolute, text red 400, opacity will be 50, animate float, type style, top, backtick, mat dot, let's give dollar, bracket mat dot random, asterisk 100, percentage, comma, left, backtick, mat dot random into 100, percentage, give comma, change, make the changes, math. Let's copy math dot random, type font size, this, paste it here, asterisk 2 plus 1, rem backtick, comma, animation duration, paste it here again, asterisk 4 plus 3 seconds, comma, animation delay, paste it here, and asterisk 2 seconds. Now let's close this icon and let's see on web page. As you can see, the icons are here in the background. Now let's create main content panel. Let's create div, class name will be overflow hidden, z index will be 10, flex column, for medium screen take flex row, item will be center, justify between, width will be full, bg gradient to b, for medium screen bg gradient to br, from ping 100 to rows 400, h will be auto, md min height screen, padding from x-axis will be 4, for smaller screen padding will be 6, and for medium screen padding from x-axis will be 16. Margin from y-axis will be 12, padding from y-axis will be 12, and for medium screen padding will be 8. Now as you can see, let's create div, class name, position will be relative, text center, max width 7 XL, mx auto, space from y-axis will be 10. Let's create heading, type div, class name, position will be relative, margin from top will be 14, group, width will be full, text will be center. Let's create h1 tag, give class name, text will be 5XL, for smaller screen text will be 6XL, for medium screen text will be 7XL, font will be bold, text transparent, bg clip text, bg gradient to r, from rows 700 to ping 600, tracking tighter, font will be Poppins, transform, group hover, scale will be 105, transition transform duration will be 500. Let's type redefine your style, As you can see, it's present here. Let's close this h1 tag and type div. Give a class name. Position will be absolute. Insert 0. bg gradient to r from rows 700 slash 30 to ping 600 slash 30. Blur 2 XL. Minus z index will be 10. Opacity will be 50. Group hover opacity will be 70. Transition opacity duration will be 300. Let's create interactive CTA panel. Let's create div. Class name will be margin from top will be 16. bg gradient to br from ping 100 to rows 400. Rounded, let's give a value of 4 rem. Padding will be 1. Shadow 2 XL. Transform hover scale 105, or let's give a value 1.005. Let's type transition transform, duration will be 300. Group, let's create another div. Class name bg white /90. Backdrop blur XL. Let's type rounded and let's give a value of 3.5 rem. Padding will be 12. Let's create a paragraph tag. Type class name. Text will be 2 XL. For medium screen, text will be 4 XL. Font will be bold. Text rows 800. Margin from bottom will be 8. Let's type ready for a style revolution. Let's give a question mark. Let's create another div. Class name. Let's check it on Chrome. As you can see, it's present here. Let's give a class name flex call. For larger screen, text flex will be row. Item center, justify center, gap will be 6. Let's create button. Class name flex. Item center. Padding from x-axis will be 10. Padding from y-axis will be 5. bg rows 700. Text white. Rounded full. Shadow will be XL. Hover. bg rows 800. Transition all. Duration will be 300. Group /button. And let's enter a icon FA shopping bag. Let's type class name. MR will be 4. Text XL. Group hover /button will be animate bounce. Let's close this and let's type a span. Let's type class name will be text LG. Font will be semi bold. Tracking wide. Type shop now. Now let's go back, and as you can see this, a hover with an icon jumping. Now let's create div. Let's close the div here. Let's give a class name. ML4 width will be 2, height will be 2, bg white, rounded full. Opacity will be 0. Let's copy this group hover button and paste it here. Opacity 100. Another paste and type animate ping. Now let's create a span and let's give a class name hidden. For larger screen block, text will be white, text will be 2XL, margin from x-axis will be 4. Let's type as let's give it here and let's create button flex item center. Padding from x-axis will be 10, padding from y-axis will be 5, bg white text rows 700, rounded full, shadow XL, hover bg rows 500, bg rows 50. Wait, bg rows 50, transition all, duration will be 300, group hover, group slash button, and let's give a button FAREG smile, class name MR4, text XL, group hover, button rotate 12, transition transform. Let's close this icon and type a span tag, class name, text LG, font semi bold, tracking wide. Let's type style quiz. Let's go to Chrome and see this. The icon is rotating. Let's create another div and give a class name ML4. Let's copy this and paste it here. Just change it to animate pulse and change BG to BG row 600. Opacity will be the same. Now as you can see up on right side up hover effect. Let's create div, class name and margin from top will be 8, flex item center, justify center, space from x-axis will be 4, text row 700. Let's give a icon FA shipping fast, class name animate move X. Let's create a span tag, give class name text SM, font will be medium. Let's type free worldwide shipping. Let's type and bull semicolon 24/7 support. Let's copy this and paste it here. Let's type 100 days returns. Now our banner is complete. Now let's create animate stats grid. Let's create div, class name, margin from top will be 16, grid calls 1 for smaller screen, grid calls 2 for medium screen, grid calls 2 for larger screen, grid calls 4, gap will be 4, animate, enter, slide. Now let's close this and open GitHub. The link is given in the description. Go to SRC, go to components, go to banner, copy this dummy data and paste it here. Now add brackets, curly brackets to both. In this type .map function, pass stats comma index, Let's create a arrow function. Let's type div, pass key index, class name, padding will be 6, bg will be white /90, backdrop blur will be lg, rounded 2xl, shadow md, hover, shadow lg, translate, transition all, duration will be 300. Let's type stat.icon, class name, text 3xl, text rows 600, margin bottom will be 4. Now as you can see, let's refresh this. FA ribbon is not defined. Let's define this. And now as you can see, the icons are present in the boxes. Let's create div. Class name will be 3xl. Font will be bold. Text rows 600. Margin from bottom will be 4. No, remove margin. Now type stat.value. Now let's create another div. Class name, text xm, text rows 700, font medium. Let's type stat.label. Now as you can see, it's present here. Now let's create another component, that is sc.jsx. Right, type RAFCE. Let's import sc to app component. Now let's create sc. Let's go to GitHub, go to sc, copy this dummy data and copy this and paste it here. Let's comment this line. Now let's come down and type const sc is equal to, let's create an arrow function, const, let's first export sc, export default sc. Let's type const show more, comma set show more is equal to use state false. Let's create return, type div, id will be season, class name, text center, padding from y-axis will be 12, bg gradient to br from pink 100 to rows 400, min height screen, position will be relative. Let's create floating hearts. Let's create div, class name, position will be absolute, insert 0, pointer event none. Let's create array dot from, length will be 20, dot map, let's pass empty and icon. Let's create an arrow function. Let's type fa hearts, key will be I, class name will be, position will be absolute, text will be red 400, opacity will be 50, animate float. We will type style, and from top it will be backtick $math.random. asterisk 100%. Put a comma. Let's copy this math.random. Let's type left. Let's copy this and paste it here into 100%. Put a comma, type font size, paste it here, put a asterisk 2 plus 1 rem, backtick, put a comma, animation duration, paste it here, asterisk 3 plus 2 seconds, put a comma. Now let's close this icon. Now as you can see, the background is ready. Now let's create index.css. Now uncomment this. Now change it to index.css. Now copy this animate float. Now type dot animate float, animation float, linear infinity, @keyframes float, at 0 translate y-axis 0, scale will be 1, opacity will be 0.8, at 50% transform. Let's copy these 2 lines and paste it here, and at 100% let's paste this here. At 50 change it to -20 pixel and scale will be 1.2. Let's change this to -40 pixel and scale will be 1. Let's change opacity to 1 and it will remain the same. Now as you can see, the icons are moving. Now let's create heading. Let's create div, class name. Let's change div to h2 tag. Class name will be text XL. For smaller screen, text will be 4XL. For medium screen, text will be 4XL. Text rows 600. Animate, fade in. Font will be cursive. Font will be extra bold. Margin from bottom will be 12. Uppercase, tracking wider. Let's give an icon, FA heart, class name, inline block, text red 500, margin from right will be 2. Let's close this, type season, collections. Let's type FA, let's copy this line and paste it here. Now as you can see, let's type collection grid. Let's create div, class name, max width 6XL, insert MX auto, padding from x-axis will be 4, grid calls 1, for smaller screen grid calls 3, for larger screen grid calls 3, gap will be 6, for smaller screen gap will be 8, and for larger screen gap will be 10. Let's first create a const display seasons, displayed seasons is equal to show more season data, else show season data dot slice 0, 3. It will show only 3 at starting. Let's type display seasons dot map. Let's pass seasons, index. Let's create an arrow function. Let's type div, pass key index. Class name will be backtick. Text will be center. BG pink 100. Padding will be 4. For smaller screen, padding will be 6. For larger screen, padding will be 8. Now rounded 3XL. Shadow will be XL. Transform, hover, scale 105. Transition all. Duration will be 300. Let's type $index. If index is greater than and equal to 3, then animate slide in, else animate nothing. Then let's pass the image season dot images 0. The index will be 0. Let's give alt season dot title. Class name, width will be full, height will be 56. For smaller screen, height will be 64. For medium screen, height will be 80. Object cover, rounded 2XL. Shadow will be MD. Transition all. Duration will be 300. Hovers, shadow LG. Now as you can see, when we hover, a shadow is present and the images are here. Now let's create season title. Let's create div, class name, flex, item center, justify center, margin from top will be 4, space from x-axis will be 2. Let's type get season icons bracket season dot title. Let's create h3 tag. Let's pass class name. Text will be 2XL. For smaller screen, text will be 3XL. For medium screen, text will be 4XL. Font will be bold, uppercase, BG gradient 2 R, from rows 500 via red 500 to pink 500. Translate text transparent, BG clip text, season dot title. Now go to Chrome, and now as you can see, now let's close this and type, let's create center toggle button. Let's create div, give class name flex, justify center, margin from top will be 8. Let's create a button, give class name flex, item center, justify center, padding from x-axis will be 8, padding from y-axis will be 3, BG rows 500, text white, rounded full, shadow LG, hover, BG rows 600, translate transition all, duration will be 300. On click, let's create an arrow function, set show more to previous, and let's create another arrow function and type not previous. If you click, as you can see a button, let's type a span. Class name will be margin from right will be 3. Text will be LG. Show more. Then show less, else show more. Let's pass icon and class name, backtick text to Excel, transform, transition transform. Duration will be 300. Type show more. Show then rotate 180 degree. Scale will be 125. Else show scale will be 100. Let's close this. And now as you can see, show more, show less. Now let's see if it's responsive or not. It's responsive. Till now it's responsive. Yes. The scroll function is working fine. Now let's go to index.css and let's give some media screens. Min width will be 640 pixel and max width will be 767 pixel. Let's type app container. Width will be 100%. Max width will be 100%. Margin will be 0. Padding will be 0. Let's copy this line and paste it here. Let's change this to 768 pixel to 1023 pixel. Let's type app container. Let's type max width will be 100%. Margin will be 0 and padding will be 0. Now let's paste it again and let's change this to 1024 pixel. Let's type app container. Max width will be 100%. Margin will be 0. Padding will be 0. Type image img and max width will be 100%. Height will be auto. Now see, the image is not cutting. If we now, as you can see, the card is now like this. Now let's create another component, that is obs.jsx. Type RAFCE. Now let's create this. Now let's import OBS to app component. Now let's create this. First go to Chrome and copy this from GitHub and Control A and paste it here. Let's change this to theme.css and change this to theme 2. Now let's go to OBS and type const OBS is equal to let's create an arrow function, return this. Let's export default OBS. Let's type div, class name, position will be relative, padding from y-axis will be 8, bg gradient to b from pink 100 to rows 400. Let's create floating hearts. Let's go to SC and let's copy this floating heart div and paste it here. Now let's create h2 tag. Let's type class name. Text will be 2XL. For smaller screen, text will be 5XL. For medium screen, text will be 4XL. Text center, animate, fade in. Type font will be cursive. Tracking wide. Font will be extra bold. Text rows 700. Margin bottom will be 12. Uppercase. Let's give FA hearts. Class name will be inline block. Text red 500. MR2. Let's copy this line and let's type R best seller. Let's paste this and change. Let's refresh this, and as you can see, it's here. Now let's create div. Class name width will be max width 6XL, MX auto. Padding from x-axis will be 4. Let's create div. Class name grid. Grid calls 1. For smaller screen, grid calls 2. For medium screen, grid calls 3. Gap will be 8. Let's type bestseller.map. Let's pass item. Let's create arrow function. Type div, pass key, item.id. Now let's type class name. Position will be relative. BG pink 100. Change it to 200. Padding will be 4. Rounded 2XL. Shadow LG. Transition all. Hover. Shadow rows 500. Hover ring 2. Hover ring rows 300. Hover scale 105. Transform duration 300. Border rows 200. Let's create another div. Type class name with full, overflow hidden, rounded LG. Type img. Type item.image. In alt, type item.title. Give a class name. Width will be full. Object cover. Rounded LG. Shadow MD. Transition all. Duration will be 500. Height will be 48. For smaller screen, height will be 56. For medium screen, height will be 64. For larger screen, height will be 96. Now as you can see, the images are here. Let's create div. Class name, text center, margin top will be 4. Let's create h3 tag. Class name, text LG. For smaller screen, text will be XL. Font semi bold. Text rows 700. Let's pass item.title. Let's create a paragraph tag. Class name will be text gray 600. Text base For smaller screen, text will be LG, font will be medium. Let's pass item dot price. Now as you can see, different text is and different price. Now let's create another component that will be banner2.jsx. Let's type RAFCE. Let's create banner. Type div. Class name will be bg gradient to r to br from ping 100 to rows 400. Padding from y-axis will be 12. Padding from x-axis will be 4. For smaller screen, padding from x-axis will be 6. For larger screen, padding from x will be 16. Flex column. For medium screen, flex will be row. Item center, justify between. Position will be relative. Now let's create another div. Give class name. Position will be absolute. Top 0, left 0. Transform minus translate from x-axis will be 6. Minus translate from y-axis will be 6. Let's create FA hearts icon. Give class name text red 500, text 3XL. Let's close this icon. Now let's copy this and paste it here. And let's change to top to right and left to bottom. Now wait. Let's create left side images. Let's create div. Class name will be flex. Gap will be 4. For medium screen, width will be 1/3. Justify end. Position will be relative. Let's create image tag. Let's first import /component/theme.css and let's import bl1 from /assets/bl1.png. Let's check. bl1 will be this image. Now let's copy this and paste it 3 times. Let's change bl2 from here to this. Let's change this to br1 and br2. br will be changed. Let's change here to br1 and br2. Some error. It will be br1. Now give here. Let's pass bl1. Let's give img tag. Let's create a class name. Width will be 24. Smaller screen width will be 32. For medium screen width will be 2/5. Rounded LG. Transform. Rotate. Let's give -5 degree. Transition. Duration will be 300. Hover. Scale 105. Let's copy this image and let's paste it here and change it to bl2. Wait, it is not imported in app component. Let's import banner2, and now as you can see, both the images are here. Now let's write the center text. Let's create div. Class name text center. For medium screen width will be 1/3. Margin from y-axis will be 6. For medium screen, margin from y-axis will be 0. Let's create h2 tag. Class name text 3XL. For smaller screen, text 4XL. For medium screen, text 5XL. Font will be extra bold. Text gray 800. Let's make it 900. Drop shadow MD. Let's type get 50% off. Now let's create paragraph tag. Give class name text gray 700. Text will be base. For smaller screen, text will be LG. Margin top will be 3. Leading relaxed. Let's type for all new products. Product purchases. Let's give a BR tag. Min full stop purchase rupees 350.00. Now let's check. As you can see, the heading and paragraph are here. Let's create button. Give class name. Margin from top will be 5. Padding from x-axis will be 6. For smaller screen, padding from x-axis will be 8. Padding from y-axis will be 2. For smaller screen, padding from y-axis will be 3. Font semi-bold. BG gradient to R. From gray 600 to gray 800. Text white. Text base. For smaller screen, text will be LG. Rounded full. Hover from gray 700. Hover to black. Transition duration 300. Shadow LG. Transform. Hover scale 105. Let's type shop now. Wait, let's make it capital. Shop now. Let's go to Chrome and see. Now it's working fine. Now let's create write images. Let's create div. Give class name. Flex. Gap will be 4. Let's copy this whole div and paste it here. Let's change justify end to justify start. And alt image changes with the right images. Change to BR1 and BR2. Now as you can see. Now the banner is complete. Now let's create another component that will be op.jsx. Type RAFCE. Now go to app component and import OP. Now go to Chrome. Now as you can see this. Now go to OP and let's create OP. Go to GitHub and copy this dummy data and paste it here. This is the dummy data. Now let's type export default OP. Let's close this. Now let's type return. Let's create div ID product. Products. Class name min h screen. BG gradient to B from pink 100 to rows 400. Position will be relative. Overflow will be hidden. Padding from y-axis will be 12. Padding from x-axis will be 4. Let's create floating hearts. Let's pass heart dot map. Pass heart comma hearts will and create a arrow function. Type fa heart. Key will be heart dot id. Class name. Position will be absolute. Text will be red 400. Opacity will be 50. Animate float. Let's give style. Top will be hard dot top, comma left will be hard dot left. comma font size will be heart dot size, comma animation duration will be heart dot duration. Now let's close this icon. Now let's see, it's present here. Now let's create div. Class name will be max 7 XL MX auto. Let's create h2 tag. Give class name text 2XL. For smaller screen text 5XL. For medium screen text 4XL. Uppercase tracking wide. Text rows 700. Font extra bold. Font cursive. Animate fade in. Text will be center. Margin bottom will be 10. Let's pass FA hearts. Class name. Inline block. Text red 500. Margin right will be 2. Let's copy this line. And now let's type R products and paste it here. Let's change MR to ML. Now as you can see this. Now let's create tab navigation. Let's create div. Class name flex. Just flex wrap. Justify center. Gap will be 4. Margin bottom will be 8. Border B. Padding from bottom will be 4. Pass categories dot map. It's pass category, comma category. Let's create arrow function. Let's create button. Type class name will be backtick. Padding from x-axis will be 4. For smaller screen padding will be 6. Text base padding from y-axis will be 2. For smaller screen text will be LG. Font semi bold. Transition. Border B 4. Let's pass this active tab. Active tab is equal to category. Then pass border black, text black, else show border transparent and text gray 500. Hover text black. Yes. Now pass category dot. Now pass category. On click. Let's create an arrow function. Active set active tag category. Key will be category. Now as you can see, it's here. Now let's go back and create products grid. Create div, class name, grid calls 1. For smaller screen grid calls 2. For medium screen grid calls 3. For larger screen grid calls 3. Gap will be 6. Let's give product active tab dot map. Let's pass product comma index. Let's create arrow function. Let's type div. Let's pass key index. Class name bg pink 200. Rotate rounded 2XL. Overflow will be hidden. Transform transition all. animate fade in up. Border will be 4, border will be rows 300, padding will be 4, shadow will be MD, hover, shadow XL. Let's create image tag. Let's pass product dot image img. In alt, pass product dot name. Give a class name. Width will be full. Height will be 64. For smaller screen, height will be 72. For medium screen, height will be 80. And for larger screen, height will be 96. Object cover rounded T2XL. Transition opacity duration will be 75. Wait, make it 700. Hover opacity will be 90. Now let's check. Now as you can see, it's working fine. Now let's create another div. Give class name, text center, margin from top will be 4. Let's create h3 tag, class name, text XL. Smaller screen text 2XL. For medium screen text will be 2XL. Font will be bold. Text will be gray 700. Let's type product dot name. Now let's create paragraph tag. Let's type class name, text LG, text row 600, font semi bold. Let's pass product dot price. Now as you can see, each having different title and different price. Let's create button, add to cart. Now I'll give class name, mt3, bg gradient to r, from red 500 to pink 500. Text will be white. Padding from x-axis will be 4. For smaller screen, padding from x-axis will be 6. And from padding from y-axis will be 2. Rounded full. Hover scale 105. Transition shadow LG. Now as you can see, the add to cart button is present here. Now it's completed. Now let's create another component, that is lib.jsx. Type snippet RAFCE. Now let's create lib. Now go to Chrome and copy this dummy data. Copy this and paste it here. Now type const lib and create an arrow function. Now export default lib. Let's type const show comma set show is equal to use state false. Now let's type use effect and let's create an arrow function. Const handle scroll is equal to an arrow function. Const element is equal to document dot get element by id ofc dash section. If element const rect is equal to element dot get bounding client react. If react dot top is less than window dot inner height into 0.8. Then set show true. Now type window dot add event listener scroll comma handle scroll, return and arrow function window dot remove event listener scroll comma handle scroll. Now let's create return, type div id collections, class name relative, bg gradient to r to br, from pink 100 to rows 400, overflow will be hidden. Let's copy this div floating hearts and paste it here. Let's change the value to 3 to 5 and 2 to 3 and add animation delay. So copy this mat.random and paste it here. Type asterisk 2 seconds and backtick. Now let's create div id ofc section, class name will be backtick, position will be relative, padding from y axis will be 8, for smaller screen padding from y axis will be 12, for medium screen padding from y axis will be 16, padding from x axis will be 4, for smaller screen padding from x axis will be 6, for larger it will be 8, max width 7 XL, MX auto, transition opacity, duration will be 1000. Let's type dollar show, then opacity will be 100, else it will be opacity will be 0. Now type h2, class name text will be 2XL, for smaller screen text will be 4XL, for medium screen text will be 4XL, uppercase animate fade in, font will be cursive, tracking wide, font will be bold, text will be center, text rate 600, margin bottom will be 6, for smaller screen margin bottom will be 10, fa heart, class name inline block, text center, text rate 500, margin from right will be 2. Let's close this and let's copy this line and let's type love in bloom collections, and let's paste this here. Change mr to ml. It's not here. Let's go to app.jsx and import lib here. Now as you can see, it's present here. Now let's create div class name grid. Grid calls 1, for smaller screen grid calls 2, for medium screen grid calls 2, for larger screen grid calls 3, gap will be 6, for smaller screen gap will be 8. Let's pass collection.map. Let's type item comma index and let's create an arrow function and let's type div pass key index class name will be backtick, position will be relative, rounded XL, shadow LG, overflow will be hidden, transform, transition all, duration will be 700. Let's type show. If show, then translate from y-axis will be 0 and opacity will be 100. Else translate y-axis will be 10 and opacity will be 0. Now type style and let's type transition delay, backtick, index asterisk 100 ms. Let's type image tag and pass item dot image, and in alt type item dot title. Give class name to image tag, backtick, width will be full, over object will be cover, transition transform, duration will be 700, ease in and out. Dollar show, then scale 100, else scale 90. Height will be 64. For smaller screen, height will be 80. For medium screen, height will be 96. Now as you can see, the images are here. Let's create gradient overlay. Let's create div. Let's close the div here. Let's pass class name. Let's type class name. Position will be absolute. Insert 0. BG gradient to T from black /80 via black /30 to transparent. Opacity will be 90. Now as you can see, a shadow effect type. Now let's create another div. Class name. Position will be absolute. Bottom 4, left 4, right 4. Text white. Flex. Justify between. Item center. Gap will be 2. Let's create another div. Class name will be flex. Item center. Gap will be 2. Let's pass item dot icon. Let's create a span tag. Class name will be text SM. For smaller screen, text will be LG. Font will be semi bold. Tracking wide. Truncate item dot title. Let's pass item dot title. As you can see, the icon and text are present here. Let's pass an icon FA arrow right. Class name will be text white, text LG. For smaller screen, text will be Excel. Let's close this icon and now go back. As you can see, the icon is imported here also. So now let's create another component, that is wts.jsx. Let's type RAFCE snippet. Let's import WTS to app component. As you can see, the WTS component is imported. Now let's create WTS. Let's go to GitHub and go to WTS and copy this. Let's paste it here. Yes. Now let's type const WTS and let's create an arrow function. Type return, type div, ID will be testimonial, class name will be, position will be relative, padding from y axis will be 16, bg linear to b from pink 100, 2 rows 400, text gray 900, overflow will be hidden. Now let's copy it from, let's copy floating heart from OBS and paste it here. Now let's create h2 tag, type class name, text will be 2XL, for smaller screen text will be 5XL, for medium screen text will be 4XL, text center, font extra bold, uppercase, text rows 700, margin bottom will be 12, animate fade in, font will be cursive, tracking wide, then pass an icon FA heart, class name will be inline block, text red 500, MR2. Let's close this, let's copy this line and then let's type what they say, what they said. Let's paste this and let's change MR to ML. Now let's type div class name, max width 7XL, MX auto, padding from X axis will be 4, for smaller screen padding from X axis will be 6, for larger screen padding from X axis will be 8, position will be relative. Now let's go back here and as you can see what this says here. Let's close this, let's wait. Let's type div class name will be grid calls 1, for smaller screen grid calls 2, for larger screen grid calls 3, for medium screen grid calls 3, gap will be 8. Let's type testimonial.map item comma index. Let's create an arrow function. Let's type div, let's pass key as index, class name will be bg pink 100, change it to 200, shadow will be 2XL, rounded 2XL, padding will be 6, transition will be all, hover shadow rows 500, hover ring 2, hover ring rows 300, hover scale 105, transform duration will be 300, border rows 200. Let's type another div and type class name will be full, height will be 48, smaller screen height will be 56, for medium screen height will be 60, overflow will be hidden, rounded LG. Let's create image tag and type item dot image. In alt type item dot title, class name will be width full, hover height will be full, object cover, object top, rounded LG, shadow will be MD, transition all, duration will be 300, make it 500, And now as you can see, the images are here. Now let's create an h3 tag. Type class name. Class name will be text excel. For smaller screen, text will be 2XL. For medium screen, text will be 2XL. Font will be bold. Text rows 800, make it 700. Margin top will be 4. Let's pass item dot title. As you can see, the title is here. Now create another div. Class name flex. Item center. Gap will be 1. Text yellow 400. Margin top 2. Let's pass array dot from. Array bracket item dot string dot rating dot fill dot map. Let's pass empty comma index I. Let's create arrow function and pass fa star. Key will be I. Class name, animate pulse, and close this fa star. Now let's see this. Now as you can see, the ratings are present here. Now let's create paragraph tag. Class name will be text gray 600 italic. Margin top will be 2. Let's pass minus item dot name space minus. Let's create another paragraph tag. Class name will be text sm. For smaller screen, text will be base. Text gray 600. Margin top will be 3. Leading relaxed. Let's pass item dot review. Now as you can see, the name and the description are present here. It's completed. Now let's create footer.jsx. JSX. Type RAFCE and let's import footer in app component. Let's first type footer. Class name, position will be relative, overflow hidden, fonts serif, bg gradient to b, from pink 100 to red 2 rows 400. Text will be white. Padding from top will be 16. Padding from x-axis will be 6. For smaller screen, padding from x-axis will be 10. For larger screen, it will be 16. Let's go here and copy this and paste it to footer section. Now import slash dot slash components slash theme.css. Now change the value to 2 to 3. Let's create another div. Class name will be, position will be relative, z index 10, max width 7XL, mx auto, text center. Another div, class name will be grid calls 1. For smaller screen, grid calls 2. For medium screen, grid calls 2. For larger screen, grid calls 2. Gap will be 12. Margin bottom will be 12. Let's create branch section. Let's create div. Class name will be space from y-axis will be 6. Let's create heading h3 tag. Class name will be text 3XL, font extra bold, text rows 800, flex, item center, justify center. Let's create a span tag, give a class name, mr2, text 5XL, and let's type love fashion. No, paste it here and go to Chrome, type GitHub, open this, go to src, go to component, go to footer, copy this icon and paste it in spam, not fashion icon. Now refresh it. It says fa heart is not. Now import fa hearts from React icon /fa. Let's put it in brackets. Now as you can see, it's written here. Now create a paragraph tag, give class name text rows 800, text lg, curating romantic styles for your special moments. Let's create div, class name flex, justify center, space from x-axis will be 6, text will be 3XL. Let's create an anchor tag. Let's type fa Facebook icon. Let's give a class name to anchor tag, text transition colors, duration will be 300, text will be blue 700. Let's copy this anchor tag and paste it 2 times. Let's change the icon to fa Instagram and change the color to red 700. Here change it to fa Twitter and change the value to 400. Now as you can see, the icons are here. Now let's create pics. Let's create div, give class name, space from y-axis will be 6, text will be lg, heading h4 tag, class name will be text 2XL, font bold, text rows 800, Valentine's pics. Let's create a nav, class name, as you can see Valentine is here. Class name will be flex call, space from y-axis will be 3. Now let's go to Chrome and copy this dummy data and paste it here. Type dot map. Let's pass link. Let's create an arrow function. Let's create an anchor tag with key will be link dot links. href will be hashtag. Class name will be text transition colors. Duration will be 300. Text rows 800. Let's type links. Now as you can see, all the links are present here. Now let's copy this div and paste it here. Love and care here and change it to love and here. Let's create nav. Class name will be flex call, space from y-axis will be 3. Now let's go and copy this here and paste it here. Type map. Let's copy this whole thing and paste it here. Now let's close a div. Now as you can see, it's also present here. Now let's create newsletter section, which will be, let's copy this div and h4 tag and paste it here. And let's type love letter. Let's create a paragraph tag. Type class name will be text rows 700. Get romantic updates and sweet offers. As you can see, the text is here. Now let's create form. Class name will be flex call, space from y-axis will be 4. Let's create input tag. Type will be email. Placeholder will be your email. Class name will be padding will be 3, rounded full, bg ping 700, border ping 600, focus, outline none. Focus will be border ping 300. Placeholder will be gray 200. Text LG. Tracking transition colors, duration will be 300. And let's give button. Let's type class name bg ping 500, hover bg ping 400. Tracking transition colors, duration will be 300. Text will be white. Padding from y-axis will be 3. Padding from x-axis will be 6. Rounded full. Font will be bold. Text will be LG. Let's type, the type of the button will be submit. Let's see. Let's copy this icon and let's paste it here and type send love. As you can see, it's working fine. Now let's create the divider. The divider section, let's create a div. Let's give it a class name. Position will be relative. Border will be border T. Border ping 700. Padding from y-axis will be 8. Create a div. Position will be absolute. Top will be 0. Left will be 1/2. Transform. Minus translate x-axis to 1. 1/2. Let's copy this and let's paste it here and let's change to y. bg ping 900. Padding from x-axis will be 6. Padding from y-axis will be 2. Rounded full. Let's create an span tag. Give class name text will be 3XL. Let's copy this icon and paste it here. Now let's close all things, and as you can see, the divider is present here. Now after that, let's create a paragraph tag. Class name will be text black, text will be LG, and copy new date dot get full year love fashion made in India. Let's create a div. Class name will be margin top will be 4, flex wrap, justify center, space X will be 2, for smaller screen space from X axis will be 3, for larger it will be 4, text SM, for small screen text will be base, for medium screen text will be LG, for larger screen text will be XL. As you can see this, and now we will create the hashtag Valentine. Let's double quote this, and Valentine style comma hashtag fashion love dot map. Let's pass tag and create a arrow function. Let's type span tag. Class name will be text black, key will be tag will be pass, and now as you can see both the tags have been passed here. Let's create a br tag and then create a paragraph tag. Class name will be text center, cursor pointer, text base, text black, text will be 2XL, hover text will be purple 400. Let's type hexagon digital services hashtag. Now as you can see it's present here. So now the full site is fully completed. As you can see, the scroll function is working fine. The see more and see less is working fine. Now our product is working fine. This all thing is done. Now as you can see it's fully responsive. Let's do this smaller. Now as you can see it's fully responsive. So stay tuned. In this video, we will create a weather app using Open Weather Map API. As you enter a city, it shows the data present. Let's type London. As you can see, we get all the details from current weather. You can see BG took change according to the weather. You can see suggestions as well. Let's type Australia. You can change degree from Celsius to Fahrenheit. If you enter wrong city, it shows an error. BG took change. according to the weather. It is fully responsive, so let's get started. Open your VS Code, go to Chrome, type white React. Click on the first link, scroll down, copy this command and paste it in your terminal. Give project name weather app. Package name will be same. Then select framework React and variant JavaScript. Copy this line and paste it here. Then install the node packages. Then let's install Tailwind CSS. Type Tailwind CSS. Go to framework guides. Click on using white. Copy this command and paste it in your terminal. Now copy this line and go to, we don't need app.css, remove this. Go to white.config.js and paste it here. Then copy this line and paste it here. Then copy this import statement. Go to index.css and paste it here. Then copy this h1 tag and go to app.jsx. Remove this code and write RAFCE and paste it here. Change class to class name. Now run our server, npm run dev. Now, as you can see, it's successfully installed. The Tailwind CSS is working fine. Now, let's remove strict mode from main.jsx and from index. Give title weather app. Now, let's create our component folder. Let's create our first component, that is weather background.jsx. Here let's go to GitHub. Let's close this and let's type GitHub and here search for weather. As you can see, a file is present here. Go to src, go to components, go to weather background.jsx, copy this whole code and paste it here. Now after this, let's type const get background is equal to an arrow function. Let's type if condition, then return gifs dot default. Const weather type is equal to condition dot main. Const asset is equal to gifs, give weather type, then if asset, then return gifs dot default if type of async is equal to object, then return condition dot is day, then asset dot day, else asset dot night. After this, let's type return asset. After this, let's type const background is equal to get background, then type return. Let's type div, give class name fixed, insert 0, z index will be 0, overflow will be hidden. After this, let's type background is equal to video. Then type video tag, type src, type autoplay, type loop, type muted, give class name width will be full, height will be full, object cover, opacity will be 100, pointer event none. Let's type animate fade in. Let's close this video tag, and inside this type source, give src will be video, then type will be video / mp4. Let's close this source tag. After this, let's type image, give src will be background, alt will be weather bg, then class name will be width will be full. Let's copy this class name here and paste it here. Now opacity will be 20. Let's close this image tag. Then type div, close this div right here and give class name. Position will be absolute. Insert 0 bg black /30. After this, let's close this and let's type export default weather background. Now let's go to app.jsx and import weather background. Now remove this h1 tag and let's type give div the class name min height screen. Now let's import, let's call weather background. Condition will be get weather condition function. Let's close this. Let's create get weather condition. Const get weather condition is equal to an arrow function. Let's type weather and let's type main will be weather dot weather. Let's type 0 index dot main. Let's type is day, type date dot now /1000 is greater than weather dot system dot sunrise, and date dot now /1000 is less than weather dot system dot sunset. Make this R. Now this function checks whether exists or not and return an object. Let's type div, give class name flex, item center, justify center, padding will be 6, min height screen. Let's type div, give class name bg transparent, backdrop filter, backdrop blur md, rounded xl, shadow will be 2 xl, padding will be 8, max with md. Let's type text will be white, width will be full, border white /30, position will be relative, z index will be 10. Let's type h1 tag, give class name, text will be 4XL, font will be extra bold, text center, margin bottom will be 6. Let's type weather app. Now you can get these assets from the given link below. So then close this, and here in app component Now let's refresh this and see weather is not defined. Now let's type const weather comma set weather is equal to use state define null. Now as you can see it's present here. Now after this let's type weather, then let's create a form tag. Here on submit let's type handle search, give class name flex call, position will be relative. Here let's type an input tag. Let's type value will be city. Let's define city. Const city comma set city is equal to use state empty string. Let's type on change. Let's type e. Let's type an arrow function set city e dot target dot value. Then here let's type placeholder, enter city or country, minimum 3 letters for the suggestions. Then let's type class name, margin bottom will be 4, padding will be 3, rounded, then border white, bg transparent, text will be white, placeholder will be white, focus, outline will be none, then focus, border blue 300, transition duration will be 300. Then here let's define a state, that is const suggestion. Let's copy this and put a comma, set suggestion, make S capital, is equal to use state. Let's define empty array, and here after this let's type suggestion dot length is greater than 0 and div, give class name, position will be absolute, top will be 12, left will be 0, right will be 0, bg will be transparent, shadow md, rounded, z index will be 10. Then let's type suggestion dot map s, an arrow function. Let's type button. Here type, let's go to open weather map. Let's go to weather API. Here let's sign in first. यहाँ पे चेंज करना है 14 मिनट 14 सेकेंड 42 सेकेंड. Let's go and click on create account, give username, then let's type email and password. Let's click on these check boxes and click I am not a robot. Let's create an account. After creating an account you will get a API key. Now save it. Now go to API, scroll down, we need current weather data, and scroll down, and we need geocoding API, that is here. Let's open this here. Then as you can see my API key, and you can see your API key. Copy this, and here after this let's comment and place your API key here. Then go to geocoding API, go to current weather data first, and scroll down, and let's copy this API key. Here let's copy this API key and now put a comment and paste it here. Then scroll down and copy this API key and paste it here. Now change lat to s.lat and long to s.long. Put a sign here and close this. Now remove this API and let's type API key. And here let's copy this, remove this comment and type const API key is equal to your key. Then put this in single quotes. Now let's copy this and paste it. After this button, let's type will be sub button. Then key will be backtick s.lat minus $s.long. Then here let's type on click an arrow function fetch weather data. Here let's type backtick and place the API key. Now backtick s.name, put a comma, $s.country, then $s.state, then backtick, put a comma, $s.state, backtick closes, else single quotes. Now after this give class name to the button block, hover bg blue 700, bg transparent, padding from x-axis will be 4, padding from y-axis will be 2, text will be sm, text will be left, width will be full, transition colors. Now here let's type s.name, comma, s.country, s.state, and backtick, put a comma, s.state. Then after this let's create a button tag. Give type will be submit, give class name bg purple 700, hover bg blue 700, text will be white, font will be semi bold, padding from y-axis will be 2, padding from x-axis will be 4, rounded, then transition colors, let's type get weather. Now else let's type div, give class name, margin top will be 6, text will be center, transition opacity, duration will be 500. Now let's create a button tag. Give on click, let's create an arrow function. Let's type set weather null. Then set city empty. Now type give class name, margin bottom will be 4, bg purple 900, hover bg blue 700, text will be white, font will be semi bold, padding from y-axis will be 1, padding from x-axis will be 3, rounded, transition colors. Then let's type new search. Now, as you can see, a button is here. Then after this, let's create a div, give class name, flex, justify between, item center. Let's type h2 tag, give class name, text will be 3XL, font will be bold. Let's type weather.name. Now let's create a button tag, give on click. Let's create an arrow function, set suggestion, set unit. Let's define unit, const unit, comma set unit is equal to use state empty. Let's type C. Here let's type u, an arrow function, u is equal to C, else, then F, else C. It will change Celsius to Fahrenheit and then vice versa. Give class name BG blue 700, hover PG blue 800, text will be white, font will be semi bold, padding from y-axis will be 1, padding from x-axis will be 3, rounded, transition colors, let's type, and let's type a code, unit. Let's type image tag. Here let's type backtick. Let's copy this API and here let's change image wn / $weather dot weather 0 index dot icon. Here let's type @2pixel dot png. Here in alt, let's copy this and paste it here. Give backtick and give bracket and give it here and let's type description. Then after this, give class name to the image, mx auto, margin from y-axis will be 4, animate bounce. Now let's define another state, that is const error, comma set error is equal to use state. Let's type empty. Then after this, let's type const handle search function. Let's copy this and paste it here. Let's create an arrow function. Let's create an async function, async e, an arrow function. Let's type e.prevent val default. Let's close this. Then if city dot trim, then return set error, please enter a valid city name. Then type await keyword, fetch weather data and let's type backtick. Let's search for this API and copy this and paste it here. Here change, let's paste, copy and paste it, paste this API ID here and give dollar here, give dollar sign here, change city to city.trim method and now let's copy this and here let's type const fetch weather data is equal to async function. Let's type URL comma name is equal to empty. Then an arrow function, let's type set error empty, set weather null Then let's type try. Here let's type const response is equal to await fetch URL. If response is not found, dot OK, then throw new error, that will be await response.json. Here dot message, else pass city name, city not found. Let's type const data to store the response, await response.json, then set weather data, set city will be name, else data dot name, then set suggestion will be empty array. Now here let's type catch block, pass error is equal to error. Let's remove this and let's type set error dot message. This, let's type this will fetch data from URL, and here this function prevent form submission validates city and fetches data via API key. Then after this, let's type use effect. Let's create an arrow function. Now let's type if city dot trim dot length is greater than equal to 3 and whether not found, then const timer is equal to set timeout. Let's create an arrow function, set fetch suggestion city, comma 500, return an arrow function, clear timeout timer. Let's type set suggestion empty array, and here let's type dot comma, let's pass city comma weather. Now let's copy this and paste it. Let's type fetch 5 location suggestions from API and update on UI. Const, paste it here. Let's create is equal to async function. Let's type query and arrow function try. In try block, let's type const response is equal to await fetch. Let's type backtick. Let's go to geocoding API and let's copy this, and after this let's paste it here. Here I have to copy and paste it here, this API ID. Let's change limit to hard coded 5, and here let's remove this and let's type query, and let's copy this API and paste it in the backtick. Now let's give $, and now let's type response.ok status, then set suggestion await response.json format, else set suggestion empty array. After this, in catch block, let's type set suggestion empty array. Now after this image tag, let's go to GitHub and go to helper.jsx. Let's copy this code. Let's close this, and let's in a component file, let's create helper.jsx. Let's paste this here. Let's understand this code. Here this function get wind direction means this function converts wind direction given in degrees, as it will convert direction according to the degree present. Get, then this function get humidity value. This function checks and returns humidity levels as per your requirement. Then this function get visibility value. This function converts meter to kilometer up to 1 decimal place, as it's written to fixed 1, that is up to 1 decimal place. This function convert temperature, converts Celsius to Fahrenheit up to 1 decimal place. Yes. This is the formula. Now let's close this. Let's type icon.jsx. Now let's go to GitHub and let's copy this import statement. Here after this, these are the assets which are getting imported there. Now after this, let's type const icon is equal to src. Let's pass src alt and class name, and let's create an arrow function. Let's type image. Let's pass src. In alt, let's pass alt. Then class name, pass backtick. Height will be 8, width will be 8. Inline block, let's pass class name. Make height will be 8. Then after this, let's type export. Let's export const wind icon is equal to an arrow function. Let's type icon src wind icon. Then in alt, let's type backtick wind, give class name, back single quote, animate icon, svg hover. Let's close this. Let's copy this line and paste it 4 times. Now let's copy humidity icon and paste it here. Change this src to, then make H capital, here W will be capital. Now let's copy visibility icon, paste it here, make V capital. Then in sunrise icon, let's paste it here and paste it here. Make S capital here. And for sunset icon, let's copy and paste it here. Same here. Make S capital. Now here in alt, change it to humidity. This will be changed to visibility. This will be changed to sunrise. And this will be changed to sunset. Here change Here change all these to wait, all these to powerful pulse. Now let's close this, and let's go to app.jsx. After this, let's type paragraph tag, give class name, text will be 4xl. Then let's type convert temperature function weather dot main dot temp comma unit, and let's type icon code and type unit. Import it here. As you can see, it's imported from helper. Then after this, let's create paragraph tag, give class name, capitalize. Let's type weather dot weather at 0 index. Let's close this. Let's type dot description. Now it says cannot read the property name. Now let's type div, give class name flex wrap, justify around, margin top will be 6. Now let's solve the error, that is whether if not weather present. Now as you can see, it's solved. Now let's type Goa and it shows the icon is not coming. Let's type for the details to show humidity icon. Let's type humidity, put a comma. Let's type backtick dollar weather dot main dot humidity icon, humidity, make it small, percentage. Here let's type dollar get weather condition, get humidity value, weather dot main dot humidity. Let's copy this and paste it 2 times. Here change humidity icon to wind icon. Here change this to get wind direction. This will be changed to wind. Weather dot wind. Let's remove this. Let's type speed meter per second. After this, let's type dollar weather dot wind dot degree. Then let's copy this line and paste it here, and give a backtick and paste it here, else back single quote. After this, let's type visibility icon, change this to visibility. Then here weather dot main dot, let's remove this and let's type get visibility value weather dot visibility, make v small. Let's close this. Dot map function. Now let's pass icon comma label comma value dot is equal to an arrow function. Now let's type div, key will be label, give class name flex column, item center, margin will be 2. Now let's close this div, and here let's type icon, let's type paragraph tag, give class name, margin top will be 1, font will be semi bold. Let's pass label Then after this p tag, let's type paragraph tag, give class name, text will be sm, let's pass value. Now as you can see is present here. Then after this, let's type div, give class name, flex wrap, justify around, margin top will be 6. Let's pass sunrise icon, put a comma, sunrise, put a comma, type weather dot system dot sunrise. Then let's type sunset icon, put a comma, type sunset, put a comma, type weather dot system dot sunset. Then here let's type dot map function, let's type icon, put a comma, label, put a comma, to time. Then let's create an arrow function, let's type div, key will be label, class name will be flex column, item center, margin will be 2. Let's close this div right here. Then let's copy this line and paste it here. After this, let's type p tag, give class name, text will be sm, let's pass new date, let's type time dot time into 1000 dot to local date string to show date as well as time, en dash gb, r will be 2 digit, then put a comma, minutes will be 2 digit. Now let's search for this. Now as you can see, date and time are coming here. After this, let's type div, give class name, margin top will be 6, text will be sm, let's type paragraph tag and strong tag, type feels like, let's pass convert temperature, weather dot main dot feels like. Let's close this, put a comma, and let's type unit. Let's close this. Let's type a code that and unit. Then again a p tag and a strong tag. Let's type pressure, and here let's type weather dot main dot pressure HPA. Now as you can see, feels like and pressure are present here. Then after this, let's type error and let's type paragraph tag, give class name, text red 400, text center, margin top will be 4. Let's close this and let's pass error. Now after this, let's check. Let's type for Pune. Now the icon is not coming. Make it 2x.png. Now let's check. It's not coming. The functionality is working fine. So here let's give a $sign, and here let's remove this API and type description correctly. Now it's present here, the icon, but background is not coming. remove this type of assets. Now let's close this all and let's type Pune. Now as you can see, it shows the icon and BG. Now here let's type description to show the text, clear sky. Then let's search for Goa. It shows this, and the background is changing according to the image. Let's search Dubai. Then search for London. It shows the suggestion too. Now it shows this. Now after this, let's search for Lucknow. It shows this. It is responsive for every devices, for mobile, for laptop, and for bigger screens. Now let's host this using Vercel. Now first publish this GitHub repository. Now let's change the name. Let's publish this GitHub repository, and after that, wait, it will take some time. Now let's go to Chrome and let's go to GitHub, type for weather app. Now let's copy this URL and go to Vercel. Now let's open this, go to add new, click on project, click on import third party Git repository, paste the link here, press continue, give project name in small, make weather app, put a dash, create. After pressing create, it will take some time. So let's wait. It will take some time. Now it's all done. Click on continue to dashboard. Now the link is given here. Now let's search for Pune. It's working fine. So now you have hosted your site using Vercel. Let's search Delhi. Now it shows all the details. It's working fine. So this is all. Stay tuned for more updates. Open your VS Code. Now go to your Chrome and search for white React. Now click on this first link, scroll down and copy this command and now paste it in your terminal. Now here give the project name as same, the package name will be same, the framework will be React and variant will be JavaScript. Click here no and select no here also. Then let's install our node packages. Till the time it is installing, let's go and install our Tailwind CSS. So in new tab, search for Tailwind CSS and click on this first link. Click on this get started button. Using this white, for white we are going to install this. So copy this command and now paste it in your terminal. Now after this, let's copy this import statement and go back to your white.config.js and paste it here. Then after this, let's copy this plugin here and now paste it, putting a comma and paste it here. Now after this, copy this import statement and go to your src. Inside this, go to your index.css and paste it here. We don't need this app.css, so I have removed that. Then copy this h1 tag and inside this app.js6 type rafce and inside this div paste it here. Change this class to class name and then inside your terminal type npm run dev to start our server, and O and enter to open it on our Chrome browser. Now you can see the Tailwind CSS is installed and working fine. So let's go back here, and now inside this index.html, change this title, as the title is already present here. Just make it capital C, and here let me just show you the assets here. So this link is already given in the description box. You can get these assets from there, and this dummy styles will contain the CSS we are going to use for this particular app. So we have this logo PNG also. So let me close all this, and now in your SRC, let's create a components folder, and in SRC let's create a pages folder also. Now inside this pages, let's create a file that is the home.jsx, and type here RAFCE. Now after this, let's go back to your Chrome and search for our React router DOM package, and click on this first link, copy this command to install it, and in your terminal paste it here. Now let me close this, and again type here npm run dev, and let me just go and refresh the page here. Now it is working fine. Let's go back, and now here in your app.jsx, let me just remove this h1 tag here, and also let's remove this div also. Then let's create a route stack, and inside this route stack we need to first get the React router DOM. So let me just wrap our app component inside this browser router. So remove this strict mode, and then map our app component inside this React browser router. So cut this app and paste it here. So now after this, let me close this here, and let's create a route tag, and inside this route tag, the path here, it will be on slash, and the element we are gonna render is the home element. So now after this, let me first import the CSS here. So type here import, and here we are going to import our home styles from our dummy style. So here we are going to use these CSS property for our this particular component. Now here inside this div, let's give a class name, and the class name here, it will be home styles dot root. Then another div tag, and give class name to this div as home styles dot ball1. Then the style here, and inside the style it will be background, and the background will contain the home styles dot ball1 gradient. Now after this div, let's copy this div and paste it just after this div, and change it to ball2, and here it will be changed to again 2. Now after this, another div tag, give class name to this div as home styles dot, it will be our header container, and inside this we are going to create a component first, that is the header.jsx, and inside this we are going to type here RAFCE and type here the header. So in our home page, let me just import the header here, and let me close this. Inside this we are going to pass a on search, and inside this on search it will contain a queue, and let me just create a arrow function here and type a console.log, and it will be our search, and pass the queue here. Now after this, let me just go and check. So our header is present with the background also. You can see the background is present here. So now let me just go and create our header component here. So for this, first we have to import. So let's import our header styles, which will be coming from our dummy styles. So here we are going to use these CSS property for our header styles. So let me just also import our image also here. So let's import our logo coming from our assets slash logo.png. So here we are going to use, let me show you the logo here. So here we are going to use this logo. So let me close this, And now after this, let me remove this div here and let's create a header tag. And inside this header tag, let me give a class name to this header tag as header styles dot, it will be container. Then a div tag, give class name to this div as header styles dot, it will be our inner. Let me just remove this and type here inner container. Then another div tag and give class name to this div as header styles dot, it will be main wrapper. Then inside this another div tag and give class name to this div as header styles dot, it will be our logo container. Then inside this another div and give class name to this div tag as header styles dot, it will be logo image. And here pass the image tag, and in src it will be logo, in alt it will be logo, and class name to this image tag, it will be header styles dot, it will be our logo img. Now after this, let's go and check. So our logo is present here, having look like a nav bar here. So now after this div, let's create another div tag, give class name to this div as header styles dot, it will be logo text. Then inside this another div tag, give class name as header styles dot, it will be logo title. And the style here, it will be, let me give here the font family, and the font family here it will be, let me type here the font family as Exer, and it will be serif. Now after this, let me type here the cricket fever, and now you can see the heading is present here. Now the title is present. Then after this, let's create our center. So for the center, create a form tag, and inside this form tag, give here the on submit here, and on submit will be our handle submit or handle search, and give class name to this form tag as header styles dot, it will be search form. Then role here, it will be, the role of this form will be search only. Then create a div tag, give class name to this div as header styles dot, it will be our search wrapper. Then inside this, create a label tag, and inside this HTML4 we are going to give as header search. Then class name to this label tag as SR only. Then let's type here the search inside this label as search matches. Now okay, you have to first give the on submit function here, that is the handle search. So for that, let me just define some state also. So type here const menu open comma set menu open is equals to a use state hook, and the initial value will be false here. Then type here const queue comma set queue is equals to use state hook, and the initial value here it will be empty. Then we have to pass here the on search that we have just passed here, that is this on search. So type here the on search, and inside this create a arrow function here, and it will be empty. Now after this, let me just type here the const, and it will be handle search is equals to create an arrow function. Also we need to pass the event here, so pass e as an event, and type here e.prevent default, as it will stop the page from reloading. And after this, type here on search, and on search will be q.trim, so it will trim the value so that it can search the particular term there. So now it's working fine. Now let's open our GitHub. The link is already given in the description box. You can get these dummy data from there also. So go to your this src, and inside this src go to components, and in components go to your headers.jsx and copy this use effect hook, that is for the Google font we are using. So let me just paste it here, and this let's import our use effect hook, and this is for the Google font which we are using this here, that is the font family. So now After this, let me just go back, and now after this label tag, let's create a div tag, give class name to this div as position will be relative. Then input tag, and inside this input tag, let me remove this here and pass the ID, and ID will be here the header search. Then the value here, it will be Q, then on change, and it will be a event pass here and an arrow function, and type here it will be set Q, and set Q will be event dot target dot value. Whatever the value will be, it will be changed according to that, and a placeholder, it will say that is search. And class name to this input tag, it will be header styles dot, it will be search input. Now after this input tag, let me just create a button tag also, and inside this button, type of this button, it will be the submit type, as it will submit the data that we want to search. And a class name to this button, it will be header styles dot, it will be search button. Now type here search inside the button. Now let's go and see. So now the search bar with the button is present here. So let me just search something and search. So it is getting searched. Let me just show you this. So now you can see it is getting searched on the console. If I change something, it is getting searched here. So it's all working fine here. Let me just go back, and now after this form tag, let's create our right side. So for that, let's create a div tag, and inside this div tag, let's give here class name, and the class name here, it will be header styles dot, it will be nav container. Then create a nav tag, give class name to this nav as it will be flex item center, and the gap will be of 2. Then inside this, create a button tag and give class name to this button tag as header styles dot, it will be nav buttons, and inside this, let me just type here live. Then let's copy this button tag and paste it 2 times. Now after this, let me just change this to fixtures, and here it will be changed to teams. Now after this, create a div tag again, and inside this div, let's give here class name to this div as header styles dot, it will be auth container. Then another button tag and give class name to this button tag as header styles dot, it will be logo button, and inside this button, pass here the login. Now after this, let me just copy this button tag here and paste it again. Here just change this to sign up button, and it will be changed to sign up. Now after this, let me just go and check. So now you can see this sign up button with the nav items, nav links are present here. So now let's me just go back here, and now for the mobile view, we are going to create this for the mobile view. So for that, let's create a div tag, give class name to this div as header styles dot, it will be our mobile menu button, and inside this, let me just go to our GitHub and copy this button tag here, and now let me just make it for the smaller screen, and now let me just paste it here. Now once I have pasted here, you can see this button is present here. The SVGs are getting used here for this button tag. So now after this button tag, let's type here menu open. If the menu open, and create a div tag here. So if the menu is open, then it will show you these things. So it will be header styles dot mobile menu, and inside this, create a nav tag, give class name to this nav as header styles dot, it will be our mobile nav. Then inside this, a button tag, give class name to this button tag as header styles dot mobile auth button, mobile nav button, and pass here the live. Let's again copy this button tag here and paste it 2 times. Now again change this live to fixtures, and and this button will be changed to teams. Now after this nav, create a div tag, give class name as header styles dot, it will be mobile auth container. Then inside this a button tag, and give class name to this button tag as backtick, and pass here the header styles dot, it will be mobile auth button. And inside this again a dollar and a header styles dot, here it will be mobile login. And now inside this just type in login. Then let's copy this button tag here and paste it again, and this time just change it to mobile. Let me just change it to mobile sign up, and here it will be changed to sign up. Now after writing this, let's go and see. So now the buttons are also present here. So now our nav bar is responsive for all the screens. So by writing this, the header component is completed here. Now let's go to GitHub, and inside this index.css, the CSS here, let's copy this whole CSS, and inside this index.css paste it here. Now after pasting this, let me just close this index.css, and now let me just copy this flag.js. Here you will get the flag. Function is for generating the flag is if not present. So let me just create this and paste it here, flag.js file, and you can see here we have this multiple flag present here. So now let me close this here, and now let me just go back, and now it's all working fine till now. So now inside this flag, let me explain you this, that is we are getting this flag from this link, and we are just giving this emoji of flag to this using this to flag, and here you can see this where we have multiple flags here. So in components, let's create our footer.js6 component, and inside this type here RFCE and type here footer. Then inside this home, after this header div, let's paste this let's import our footer here. So now you can see the footer is present here in the background. So let's create our footer. So for that, let me just first import. So I'm gonna import our footer styles from our dummy styles. So here we are going to use these CSS property for our this footer component. So let me remove this. Also let me remove this div also, and here let me create a footer tag, and inside this footer tag, let's give a class name to this footer tag as footer styles dot, it will be container. Then after this a div tag, give class name to this div as footer styles dot, it will be inner container. Then inside this another div tag, give class name to this div as footer styles dot, it will be content. Then another div tag, give class name to this div as footer styles dot, it will be logo container. Then inside this another div, and inside this another div tag, and give class name to this div as footer styles dot, it will be copyright. And inside this, let me type here and copy for this, add the copyright icon, and new date, and date dot get full year function, and inside this let me just type here the hexagon digital services. Now after this, let's go and see. So it is present here, but it is behind this nav, the header, that is the nav bar. So let me just give a BR tag, the break tag. So now let's go and see. So now it is visible here, the footer. So now after this div, let's create another div tag, give class name to this div as footer styles dot, it will be nav container. Then inside this, create a nav tag and give class name to this nav tag as footer styles dot, it will be nav. Then inside this, create an anchor tag, and it will be on hash live, and let's give here the class name to this anchor tag as footer styles dot, it will be nav link, and let's type here live. Now let's copy this anchor tag and paste it 2 times, and here let me just change it to hashtag upcoming. Here it will be changed to upcoming, and then this anchor tag will be changed to about, and here it will be changed to about. Now after writing this, let's go and see. Now as you can see on the UI, the 3 things are present here. Now inside this GitHub, inside this footer.jsx, let's copy this anchor tag here that contains the SVG. So here after this div, after this nav, create a div tag, give class name as footer styles dot, it will be social container, and inside this just paste it here. Now after pasting this, now once you go back, you can see these 2 icons are present here for the Twitter as well as the GitHub. Now after this we have successfully completed our footer section also, the footer component. And now let me close this here, and now here let me just remove this footer from here. Later we are gonna import this again. And in components, let's create our component as loader.jsx, as when we are fetching from the API, it will just be a loader that will show first. So for loader, let's go to our GitHub, and inside this loader.jsx, let's copy this whole code, and here let's paste it here. Now after this whole code, first let me just type here a return statement. So here inside this return, let's type as centered, and if it is centered, then create a div tag, give class name as width will be full, then it will be flex item center, then justify center, and padding will be 4. Then after this, let me just pass here the centered content, and content will be passed here. In else case, it will be centered. So now here this content is used here for this display. If it is centered, it will be centered. So here the centered value is passed by false, but it will be passing from this home page. So let me close all this, and now after this, let's create our home page. Now create a main tag, and inside this main tag, let's give here class name, and inside this class name, type here home styles dot main. Then inside this, let's create a section tag, and inside this section tag, let's give here class name to the section tag as home styles dot, it will be section. Then after this, let's create a div tag, give class name to this div as it will be home styles dot hero wrapper, and here the style here, it will be hero wrapper style. Then after this, let me create another div tag and give class name to this div as it will be home styles dot, and it will be our hero box, and the style here, it will be hero box style. Now after this, let me create another div tag, or first let's go to our GitHub, and inside this home.jsx, let me just scroll down, and here let me just copy these both style that we have given here, and after this paste it here. So here we have this style present there. So now you can see this box is present here. Now after this, let me just open this div here, and now inside this div, create another div tag, give class name to this div as home styles dot, it will be our hero spotlight, and the style here, it will say that is the background here, it will be our home styles dot, it will be hero spotlight gradient. And now let me just create another div tag and give class name, and it will be home styles dot, it will be hero content. Then another div tag, and inside this h1 tag, give class name to this heading tag as home styles dot. It will be hero title, and let's give a class name to this div also, that is home styles dot. It will be hero text. And now inside this h1 tag, give class styles also, and the style, let me just go to GitHub and let's copy this style here, the font family, and let me just paste it here. Now in this h1 tag, let me just give a heading as follow every matches and a BR tag, and type here real time, so it will show you the real time score, and it will be classy insights. Now after giving this heading, let's go and see. So now the heading is present here, as you can see it is present here. So now let's go back, and now after this h1 tag, create a paragraph tag, and let's give class name to this paragraph as home styles dot. It will be hero subtitle, and let's give a paragraph as live scorecard, upcoming fixtures, and match analytics. And let's copy this dash here from the GitHub and paste it after this, and let's give a further paragraph as fast live scores. Then it will be schedule tracking and compact analytics. Now after giving this paragraph, you can see the paragraph is present here. Now after this paragraph tag, create a div tag again and give class name to this div as it will be home styles dot. It will be hero buttons, and inside this I create a button tag and give on click property, and it will be an arrow function here, and for that type here document dot get element by id, and we are gonna target the id as live. If it is, then it will be scroll into view, and inside this the behavior of the scrolling will be smooth here. Now after giving this much, let me just give a class name to this button tag also as home styles dot. It will be primary button, and inside this type here view live matches. Now let's copy this button tag here, and let me just paste it after this button tag, and here let's change this element, the targeted element here. It will be match detail, and here it will be changed, the class name will be changed to secondary button, and then the button will be changed to quick detail. Let me just type a detail here and make this Q capital, and now let's go and see. So now you can see the two buttons are visible on the UI. Now after this we need the images also. So for that, create a div tag, give class name to this div tag as home styles dot. It will be hero features. Then create another div tag, give class name, so it will be our home styles dot. It will be feature tag. First we have to define the feature as live score cards, and here let me just copy this div tag here and paste it 2 times. Then let me just change it to, first let's change it to our match details, and here this last one will be changed to, let me just change it to team statistics or stats. Now after defining this, let's go. Now you can see the 3 navs are present here, features. Now after this we need the images. So before that, let me copy and paste this border and paste it here. It will be our shadow border that will be applied over here. Now let me just go back, and now after this let's create an image tag. In source here it will be bat, in alternate it will be bat, and the class name to this image tag, it will be hero bat. Now after this, let's copy this image tag and paste it again. Change this bat to ball, and in alternate it will be changed to ball, and it will be changed to hero ball. Now let me just import these both images. So we are gonna import, so let's type here import. We are gonna import the bat. So we are importing the bat from our asset slash, it will be bat.png, and then we are importing the ball from our asset slash ball.png. Now let me just go. So now we are using this ball image like this, and the bat image will be like this. Now after importing this, you can see the ball and bat images are present here. Now let's go back, and here let me show you again. So our banner is ready. Now after this banner section, let's create another section, that is our top section. So for that, let me just type here a section tag, and inside the section tag let's give here the class name, and the class name here will contain the home styles dot, it will be grid section. Then another div tag, give class name to this div as home styles dot, it will be main content. Now after this, let's create another div tag, give class name. First let's give the id as live, and then give the class name to this div as space from y axis will be 4. Then another div tag, give class name to this div as it will be home styles dot, it will be section header. Then another div tag, give class name to this div tag as home styles dot, it will be live status. Then another div tag, give class name to this div as home styles dot live count. Then inside this, let's type here, let me just go back to the GitHub, and here we have to copy this states. There are multiple states present here. So first let's copy all this, and after this let me paste it here. Let's import our use state hook first. So here we are defining the selected match, that is the particular match will be selected, and initially we don't select any match. This team input will be the team we have selected first, and the team ID will be showing the team ID, that is the particular team we have selected. Loading initials will help in the loading process, that is we have created the loader for that, and at the initial it will be true, at the starting the loading will be true. And live list and live error will show you the live errors if something happens, and live list will be our array list that will contain the matches details here. So type a loading initials. If it is, then it will be loading. If the loading is done, in that case it will be backtick, and type here the live list. So it will show you the live list dot length. So it will show you the how many matches there are present using this live list dot length method. Then type here loading initials, and inside this let me just go first. You can see this loading is present here at starting. So if the loading is done, then type here loader. So we have to import this loader. So the loader is imported here. Then inside this the message, we have to just pass the message, and the message here it will say that is loading live matches. Then it will be centered. So the centered we are using is being passed here. Then in else case, let me just type here the live error. If it is live error, if the live error happens, then create a div tag, give class name to this div. It will be text small and text red, or text rows 600. Then inside this just pass here the live error. Wait, we have to pass it between the divs. Let me just cut it here, and let me just paste it here. Now after this, let me create another component as live matches dot jsx, and here let me type a RAFCE for the live match. And in else case, if the error doesn't comes, then it will show you the live match which will be created using the component, and here the matches will be passed as the live list, and on select here it will be passed as an ID, and we are gonna pass it as a on selected match, and it will be selected using this ID feature, and selected match will be selected match. It will be passed here. Now, after passing all this in the loading initials, let me just go back to our GitHub again, and here let me just copy this style injected and let me just paste it. Let me just paste it after this here, and let's import our use ref hook from our React. So now let me just go and let's create our live match. For this, first let's type here, we are gonna import. So let me import. So we are going to import our live matches styles from our dummy styles. Then we are going to import our pick colors and then get gradient style from our dummy styles. So here we are going to use these CSS properties for our live match component, and also we are going to use this pick colors and this get gradient style for our live match component. So now let me just check. So now it is all working fine till now. Loading live matches it is showing. And now in src let's create a folder that is API, and now inside this API let's create our API as script API.js, and we are gonna use this API later. So now let's give here class name to this div, and the class name here it will be live match styles dot container. Then create another div tag, and inside this div let's give class name as live match styles dot, it will be header container. Then create another div tag, and inside this another div tag, and give class name to this div tag as live match styles dot, it will be title wrapper. Then inside this create another div tag, give class name to this div as it will be live match styles dot, it will be title, and inside this let's give the title as live matches. Then create a span tag and give class name to this span tag as live, let me type here, live matches styles dot, it will be dot pulse, and after this another span tag and give class name to this span as live match styles dot, it will be dot base. Now after creating this, let's me show you, this is loading the live matches, and let's go for the GitHub. Inside this components, inside this live matches.jsx, let's copy this multiple states and let me just paste it here. Then let's import our use state hook here. This matches shows you the matches that will be coming from the API. This raw will be showing you the raw data. Then this loading and error will show you the loading status and the error status. And this last updated will show you the when you have updated the last time, and the quote mode will show you this the data. Then let's go to home.jsx, and here let me, as you can see we have this on select, we have defined this. So for that we have to just call it as a children here as a props, use it. So now after this let's go to our GitHub again, and let's copy these helper functions, and let me just copy this. Now let me just copy it till here, and let me just go and paste it here. Now after this, now it shows a error, let me just fix it. Let me just give a bracket here and it will be fixed here. Now again after this let me just copy this, and let me remove this bracket here and again paste it here, so it will be done here. Now these are the helper functions we are going to use for our fetching the format scores, the format team scores, that is the team which will be showing the scores that the particular team has. So it shows that the inning score, how much the inning of a particular team has a score here. Then for this format team score, it will show you the score for a particular team that has score there. So then this extract from payload, this means that this is how our payload will look like. So this is how our original extraction will be done. So it is how our payload will look like the data will be shown here. So let me just give a comment here, that is, this is the payload, this is how the data will be shown or will look like here. So now, and here this fetch live function will give you the live fetching from the done from the our API. So, and this use effect hook will show you this live result each time we reload our page here. So each time we reload this page, it will show you the it will call this function fetch live, and it will show you the live matches here. Now after this, let me just type this here, that is fetch from the API. Now after this flag component will show you the flag according to this, as it will be called from the flag.js file. So this flag and label will be used from there. Now after this let me just create our UI now. So for this, let's create a div tag, give class name to this div, as it will be live matches styles dot, it will be subtitle, and let's give a subtitle as manual refresh, no polling, and it protects the quotes. Now after this, let's create a div tag and give class name to this div, and it will be flex, then the item will be center and gap will be 3. Then let's type a last updated and create a div tag. Let me just make it a div tag here, and let me just close this div also. Now inside this div, let me just give a class name to this div tag, as it will be live match styles dot, it will be subtitle, and let's give here the subtitle as last, and let's pass here the last updated dot to local string, and here we have to change this to local, let me just make it time, to local time string, and make it a function here. Let me just close this here. Now after this, create a button tag here, and in this button tag, let's give here the on click property, and it will be our fetch live. So it will be refreshing the button here, and give class name to this button as live match styles dot refresh button, and disabled is equals to loading. So whenever we are in loading state, it will be disabled here. So if we are in loading state, it will show you refreshing, and let me just make this R capital. Let me just, okay. Now in else case, it will be just refresh. So basically it will show you this refresh button, else it will be showing this. Now you won't be able to see till now. So for that, let's go to home.jsx, and first let me just copy a small function on select match for the particular ID function, and let me just paste it in this home.jsx after this. So now let's go back, and now to get this here, let's go to our Rapid API. For that, let me just go to API and click API.js. First, let's copy this whole code, and let me just paste it here. Now let me just get this Rapid API host and Rapid API key from the Rapid API website. So let me just search here for the Rapid API and click on this first link. Now on the right side, click on this sign in, or you can just directly sign in from here as it shows here. So after the sign in, you have done the sign in, you can go to API hub. Here you will get multiple APIs you can get any API. For this project, we are going to search for Crick, and it will show you this Crick bus here. So to get this API, you can go on the right side, click on the subscribe to test and select this basic plan, that is start this plan, as it will have this 200 requests per month. It is the hard limit that you can only have 200 requests per month and 1000 requests per hour. Then subscribe this, and once you are just subscribed, click on this get started, and now here you have to change this to JavaScript, and on the client side it will be Axios. So for that, let me just install this Axios also. So type here npm install Axios in your terminal and hit enter. Let me just get it installed here, and npm run dev again. So let me just refresh this here. Now after this, now let's go back, and so this is the Rapid API key. Let's copy this key here, and let me just paste it inside this. You can also create a .env file. Later I will show you that also, but this time let me just copy this host address, and let me just go and paste it here. Now after pasting this, on the base also it will be same, but let me just show you. So you can see this base, we are just using this base till slash. We don't need the slash also. Let me just paste it here. Now we have just pasted this base also. Now after this, let's create a async function, and inside this function let's create a name of this function will be safeget, and inside this we are gonna pass the path comma opts is equals to, it will be empty. Then let's create this function, and inside this create a try catch block, and inside this let me just first explain you this, that is this Axios instance we are creating is similar to this options we are getting here. So here let me just go, and you can see this headers, it is similar to the header that is written there. We are using this rapid host for this and rapid key for this rapid key here. So now this is the headers, and we are creating this instance for the API using this Axios. Now, and this 20,000 means this 20 seconds timeout here. So here you get this live match. To get this live match status, let me show you how I am getting this. So here you can see this live, this matches live, and you get this matches live from this here. So we have created this small function for this only, using this slash matches slash v1 slash API slash live. And similarly for this upcoming matches and recent, we have used this upcoming for this upcoming matches, and for this recent we have used this recent matches. Now let me just go back, and here for the center and scorecard, let me show you how I am getting this also. This is already given in the GitHub, but to explain you, I am just showing this how we are getting this. So I am getting this match get info using this mcenter v1 and the ID. So for that the match ID will be shown here, that is that for particular match ID. Then for this scorecard, this is the match ID, we are getting this. Now let me just go back to our scorecard. For this scorecard you can see this is the S card, and for this scorecard v2 it is this HS card. So we are getting these things from our this panel. Then similarly for this team and miscellaneous, we are getting this from there also. So now let me just complete this function we have written for the get safe, and here let me just type here this const response is equals to an await keyword, and type here up api.get method. So it will be get on path with the opts. So it is a get method. Why we are using this get? Because it's a fetch method. Now you can see this is the get is written here. Why? Because we are fetching this from this API. So that's why it is the get method. Let me just go back and let me just complete this function here. So type here console.log, that is the CLG, and let me type here crick API get, and put a comma here, and type here path, put a comma, and it will be status. And inside this, pass the response dot status here. Then after this, let me type here return, and here we are going to return, that is the data. Let me just correct this data, we don't need to import it. Data will store the response dot data, then it will also have this raw response will store the response here. Now in case of error, that is the ERR, let me type here the console.error, and inside this error there will be the error of Crick API get error, and put a comma and pass here the path from where it is getting the error, and the error will be pass error.response. If it is, then it will be status. Also it will show you this error dot message also. Now after this, let me just type here const error is equals to, it will be new error, and inside this error it will be error dot response and dot data dot message, or it will be error dot message, or it will be network error. So basically in error we are just storing this network error, or it will get the message from the API. If it gets, else it will be network error. Then error dot status is equals to error dot response dot status. Now after this, type here error dot response is equals to, it will be error dot response dot data, and also the error, it will throw the error, so it will show you the error there on the console also. So by this we have completed this Crick API.js also. So now here let me just import this also. So for that, let me just type here import. So we are going to import our get live matches from our Crick API. So here we are going to just use a simple this small function for our live matches. We are using this route, that is, and type here import loader from our loader package, and lastly we are going to import our flag. Let me just type here flag for team name from our flag.js file. So here we are using this function for this to get this flag for the team name. Now let me just close this, and now after this let me just create the UI here. So let me type here Qt mode, and it will be inside this create a div tag and give class name to this particular div, as it will be live match styles dot, it will be code alert. Then let me just type here the quota may be exceeded, showing catch sample data. So if in case the 200 requested is being made, then it will show you this error. Then loading and matches dot length is equals to 0. If the matches dot length is equals to 0, then in that case create a div tag and give class name to this div, as it will be live match styles dot loading container. Then inside this div, let me just type here pass here the loader, and the message it will be showing while the loading, it will be loading live matches. Now let me just close this loader also. In else case it will be error, and inside this error create a div tag, and inside this div let me just give here class name to this div, as it will be live match styles dot, it will be error container. Then pass here the error, and in this error the error will be passed here. Now again in else case it will be matches dot length, and the matches dot length is greater than 0. If in that case, if the matches dot length is greater than 0, first let me close this loader here so that it don't shows any error. So in that case create a div again, and inside this div tag let's give here class name, and it will be live match styles dot, it will be matches grid. Then inside this pass here the matches dot map, and inside this map the match m, and create a div tag using this arrow function and type here class name. It will be m.id. Then the role of this div will be button. Then the tab index here, it will be 0. Then on click property, and inside this create an arrow function here and type here on select and on select again, and inside this on select we are gonna pass the match.id, that is the m.id. Then on key down, if we press on this key, pass the event here and type here if event.key is equals to enter, that is if we press the enter key on our keyboard, or key e.key is equals to empty, then in that case again on select here, let me just type here on select here, it will on select m.id, that is the match.id, will be open, and give class name to this. It will be live matches dot, it will be match cart. Then create another div tag and give class name to this div, as it will be live match styles dot, it will be match card inner. Then another div tag and give class name to this div, as it will be live match styles dot match header. Now inside this another div tag and give class name to this div, as it will be, let me just type a live match styles dot, it will be match status. Then inside this type here m dot status, or it will be match. Now after writing this much, let's create another div tag and let's give here class name, and the class name here, it will be live match styles dot, it will be match time, and inside this we are gonna pass here the match dot time, that is m dot time. If the time is present, then it will be m dot time dot split method, and we are gonna split the time using this comma, and let me just pass here the 0, and else it will be empty. If the time is not present, it will show you empty. Now after this div, create another div tag, and let me just go to our GitHub. Inside this live match.jsx, let me scroll down here and let me just copy and paste this div tag here, and let me just paste it here. Now after pasting this, let me just scroll down and create another div tag, give class name to this div, and it will be live match styles dot, it will be match footer. Then another div tag and give class, let me give class name to this div, it will be flex item center gap of 3. Then inside this create a button tag here, and inside this button tag type here on click property, it will be event, and create an arrow function and type here e.stop propagation, and also we are gonna pass here the on select and on select, it will be done on match.id, that is m.id. Now give class name to this button tag, as it will be live match styles dot, it will be detail button. So this button will show you the detail of that particular match once you click on this detail button. Then let me just create another div tag and give class name to this div, it will be live match styles dot, it will be match id, and here let me just type here the hashtag match.id will be shown here. Now after this another div tag and give class name to this particular div, as it will be live match styles dot venue, and inside this we are gonna pass there the m dot venue, or it will be, if it is not present, it will be empty. Now after this div, let me just go to GitHub again and let's copy this div and paste it here. Now after pasting this here, let me just give else case, that is the if the match is not shown or not present through the API, then in that case it will show you this div and give class name as no match container, then another div tag and give class name to this particular div, as it will be margin bottom will be 3. Then type here no parsed live matches raw API for debugging. Then inside this debugging, let me just type here pre tag, and inside this pre tag give class name to this tag, as it will be live match styles dot raw data pre, and inside this just pass here the json.stringify method, and inside the stringify we are just stringify the raw, and it will show you that is no data. So if the data is not present from in the API, it will show you no data, null and 2. Now we have completed this here and it shows a problem. Okay, the problem is here, that is we have defined two class name, it is key not class name. Now let me scroll down here and check. Now let me just make a change, and now it shows it's working fine. So now let me just refresh here, and here we have to get this output, but we are not getting it. So by this we have completed this live match also. To get the output we have to correct this home.jsx. So for that we have to import the get, let me just type here, get live matches from our Crick API. So now you will be able to see. First let me just go to home.jsx, and here let me just copy all the functions starting with this use effect hook, and let me just paste it after this here. Now here this use effect hook is only for this font, that is the font Poppins. We are using this use effect hook. Then let me just copy this helper functions. These helper functions are similar to the helper function we have defined in the live match, that is it is trying to extract the data from the API we are getting. Now after this let me just go back and let me just copy this. Let me copy this from bottom. Now after copying this, let me just paste it here. It shows we have copied it wrong. Let me correct this. Let me just copy this from here till here. Now after copying this function, let me just paste it here. Now after this pasting of this function, this is our live matches details will be coming from here. Then let me just go and let me just copy this normalize match ID, and here we are normalizing the ID. Let me just go back and let me just copy this use effect hook for this fetch live matches. So here we are going to fetch this live matches using this API, and this function we have already used. So let me just copy and paste over this function. Now after pasting this, let me just scroll down, and now our on select is match working fine. So let me just refresh it. So it shows that use effect is not defined in the live match. Let me just also here it is not defined, so this error also needs to be fixed. And use callback also for this home.jsx, use callback. And now so use effect is also not defined in the live matches. So let me just go, but we are getting this status, that is the live status. So it shows the status as 200. So this is working fine here. So our API is working fine. Let me just import the use effect here, and now you will be able to see the matches list for the live matches. You will be able to see the list. Now as you can see there, we are showing this multiple matches are coming here. Now it also shows the matches which are, and it shows the last time you have updated also. So this is all working fine for the live matches. And let me just again refresh it, and now it's all working fine, and it shows all the details here, and later we will be doing that. So now let's go to our home.jsx. In this home.jsx, create a div tag and give ID to this div as it will be upcoming Then let's create another div tag and give class name to this div, as it will be home styles dot, it will be section header. Then create a h2 tag and give class name to this heading tag as home styles dot, it will be section title, and let's give the title as upcoming matches. Now after this, let's create another div tag and give class name to this div, it will be home styles dot, it will be section subtitle, and let's give the subtitle as plan ahead. Then let me just scroll down here. On the UI you will be able to see this upcoming matches and plan ahead present here. Then after this, let me just create a component, that is the name of the component will be upcoming matches.jsx, and inside this let me just type here RFCE. Then inside this home.jsx, after this div, let's import this upcoming matches and let's pass here the onSelect, and in onSelect the ID will be passed. Let me just add a equal to here, and inside this pass the ID and create an arrow function and type here onSelect match, and the match will be selected by the ID. Let me close this here. Now after this, we have to complete this upcoming matches. So for that, let's type import. So here we are going to import our upcoming matches styles, and here we are going to use these particular CSS property for our this particular component. So let me just put a comma here, and also we are going to use this pick colors and get gradient style. So now after this, let's import. So here we are going to import our get upcoming matches from our API, Crick API. So here we are going to use this function and this route for our this upcoming matches. Previously we have used this live matches for this live, and this time we are using this here. So let me just copy this onSelect here, and let me close this, and this time we are using this upcoming. So let me just break it as a prop here. Then let me just go and on this GitHub, let me just go to our upcoming matches.jsx here, and let's copy this multiple use states hook, and after this let me just paste it here. Let's import our use state hook. This group will show you an empty array at initial, and later it will be showing you the groups required. Then raw will show you the raw data. The loading and error will show you the state, whether it is error state or it is in loading state. Then last updated will show you the last updated. Now after this, let me just go and let me just copy this function. These functions are just similar to the function used in the live matches. So this all are the helper function we use for this. Let me just add a comment here, and now this is a helper function. Then let's go back, and this time let's copy this function for this extract and group. So here we are going to extract it and make it a group. So this is how our data will look like it is a payload here. So now after this we have completed this also. So this is the payload, and now let me just add a comment also here, that is it is the payload just like the live one. So we have already used this in the live matches, but the payload was different there, so this time it is different. So let me just copy this also, and here let me just remove this bracket and paste it here. Now once I have pasted this, let me just this is how we are gonna group it. So now let me just copy this use effect hook for the fetching of the upcoming matches, and let me just paste it after this. So we are going to fetch this upcoming matches from our use effect using this use effect hook, and this function will fetch this from the API we have used there. So now after this, let me just copy this function here. Let me just copy it till this flag function, and let me just paste it here, and now let me just paste this here. Now, so this is the flag function. We have already discussed this in the live match, as it will show you the flag according to the team it shows, and this flag will be coming from this flag.js file we have created in the components. Now after this, type here if the loading is going on, in that case, and the group.length is equals to 0, in that case it will return, and it will return a div, and div will have this class name as upcoming match styles dot, it will be loading container. Then type here loader, and loader will be imported here, and the message the loader will be showing, it will be loading upcoming matches. And let me just close this here. Now after this, type here if the error occurs, if the error happens, and in that case it will again return, and it will return a div tag, and in this div it will show you a class name, it will be upcoming matches styles dot error container, and inside this the error will be passed, as well as the error will contain this error. Now after this, let me just give here a class name to this div, and the class name here, it will be upcoming match styles dot, it will be container. Then another div tag, give class name to this div, it will be upcoming match styles dot, it will be header container. Then another div tag and another div tag, and give class name to this div, it will be upcoming match styles dot, it will be header title. And let me just give a title as upcoming matches. Then after this div, another div tag, and give class name to this div, it will be upcoming match styles dot, it will be header subtitle, and let me just give a subtitle as manual refresh protects quota. Now after this, let me just go back, and it shows an error. Let me check it. Okay, use effect is not defined. Let me just define this use effect in this upcoming matches.jsx. Type here use effect, and now let me just refresh. So now it shows this, it is working fine, and it shows that this is coming here. Okay, it's working fine. So we only have 200 requests, so let me just comment it for now. Let me cut it here, and so after cutting it, it will show you this error here, and let me just add a comment outside this and paste it here. So later we are going to use this. Till the time we are creating this upcoming matches, we have to stop it so that the request is not sent there. So let's create another div tag, give class name to this div, it will be flex item center, and gap will be of 3. Then inside this, type a last updated and it will be another div tag, give class name to this div, it will be, let me just type here upcoming match styles dot, it will be last updated text. Then inside this, type here last, and pass here the last updated to local string, and here let me just change it to local date string. And now create a button tag here, and give on click property to this button, and pass here the fetch upcoming, and give class name to this button tag, it will be upcoming matches styles dot refresh button, and disabled is equals to loading. So if it is in loading state, it will show you this, it is disabled. Then if loading, then it will again show you this refreshing, and if not loading, it will show you this refresh. Let me just correct this refresh here. Now after this, let me just go to live match, and let's copy this quote mode and paste it here. Then just change this CSS to this. Let me just copy this upcoming match and paste it here. Now once we have done this, let me just type here groups, and groups.length is greater than 0. If the group.length is greater than 0, in that case create a div tag and give class name. The class name here, it will be upcoming match styles dot group container. Then inside this, let's pass here the groups.map, and here we are gonna map the group with the group ID and create an arrow function, and type here a section tag, and inside this section tag give here the key as GI. Then give class name to this section tag, it will be upcoming match styles dot, it will be series section. Then create another div tag and give class name to this div. It will be upcoming match styles dot series header. Then another div tag and give class name to this div. It will be upcoming match styles dot. Let me just type here the series title, and inside this let's pass here the g dot title, that is the group dot title, and another div tag and give class name to this div. It will be upcoming match styles dot. It will be series match count, and inside this we are gonna show the g dot matches dot length, and it will show you this length, that is total number of upcoming matches, with the match dot g dot matches dot length is greater than 1. If in that case it will be es, else it will be empty. So it will show you this match, else it will be matches if the length is greater than 1. Then another div tag and it will be series label, and let me just pass here the series. Now after this another div tag and give class name to this div, and it will be upcoming match styles dot matches grid, and inside this pass here the g dot matches dot map, and inside this we are gonna map our match and create an arrow function, and inside this create an article tag. And let me just go to our GitHub again, and let's copy this article tag here, and let me just paste it over here. Now let me just close this article tag, and now inside this article tag create a div tag and give class name. It will be upcoming match styles dot. It will be match article inner. Then inside this another div tag and give class name to this div. It will be upcoming match styles dot match header. Then another div tag and give class name to this div. It will be upcoming match styles dot. It will be our match time, and inside this time let me just pass here the m dot time here, or it will be, let me just type here the m dot venue, or it will be empty, or it will be TBA, that is to be announced. Now another div tag and give class name to this div. It will be upcoming match styles dot match venue, and pass here the m dot venue, or it will be empty. Now after passing this create another div tag, and let's go to this, and let me just copy this div tag for the flag, and let me just paste it over this. Now after pasting this here, we will be getting the upcoming with the flag, and the flag name for the second team will be coming here, and the verses is in between them. Now after creating this, let me create another div tag and give class name to this div. It will be upcoming match styles dot match footer. Then let's create another div tag and give class name. It will be flex item center, a gap of 3. Then a button tag, and inside this button tag give on, let me just give on click property. So let me just type here on click property and pass an event and create an arrow function, and type here e dot stop propagation. Also type again the similar on select and on select done on the match dot id, that is the match dot match id, and give class name to this button. It will be upcoming match size dot detail button, and inside this just pass here the detail. So now another div tag and give class name. It will be upcoming match size dot match id, and inside this let me just pass here the hashtag m dot match id. Now after this another div tag and give class name to this div. It will be upcoming match styles dot match date. Then inside this pass here the m dot time, or is if it is present then it will be m dot time dot split, and we are gonna split it using this comma, and also at the 0th index. Let me just correct it, 0th. Also else it will be empty or to be announced, TBA. Now after writing this much, let me just copy this hover ring here for this and paste it here. So this is our div pasted over here. Then let me just give here else case. In else case, create a div tag and give class name to this div. It will be upcoming match styles dot no match container. If there is no match, then it will show you this container here. Then another div tag and give class name as margin bottom will be 3. Then inside this, let me go to live match and or don't copy this from here. Let me just go here and change. Just let me type here that is no upcoming match passed raw API response for debugging. And after this, we have to create a pre tag, and inside this pre tag, it will be similar to that live match, that is upcoming match styles dot first raw data pre the class name, and it will be json dot stringify, and inside this we are stringify the raw, and it will show you that is no data, and in put a comma and pass here the null and 2. Now after this, we have completed our upcoming matches also. So let me just place this key here, and let's go and let me just check the error is coming here that shows the flag name is not defined. Okay, so we have to define this flag name. So let me just go to upcoming matches here, and on the top, let me just import. So here we are going to import our, let me just type here, import flag for team name will be coming from flag. And now let me refresh it again, and now it's all working fine. Let me just scroll down here. Now once I scroll down, it shows you the upcoming matches that will be coming for this, for the date, and it shows you the latest using this refresh button also. So the upcoming match is also working fine. Now it shows you the time, the date, the stadium where the match will happen. And now by this we have completed this upcoming matches.jsx component also. So let me close this, and now inside this app home.jsx, let me create another div tag, and inside this div we are creating this div for the right side of the column. So let me just give here the class name for this div. It will be our home styles dot, it will be sidebar. Then inside this another div tag, and let me just give or just change it to a side tag. Don't use this div tag here. And inside this div tag, let's give here the class name as it will be, let me just type here the home styles dot, it will be sidebar sticky. Now after this, create another div tag, and inside this div, let me give here the class name. It will be home styles dot, it will be quick score card. Then another div tag, and inside this div, let's give class name as home styles dot, it will be quick score header. Then inside this another div tag and give class name, it will be home styles dot, it will be quick score title, and let me just give here the title as quick score. Now after this another div tag and give class name, and this class name will be home styles dot quick score status, and let me give the status as live slash selected. So this aside tag has been created on the top, on the right side you can see. Now let me just go back, and now let me just type a loading initials. If it is in the loading state, it will show you this loader, and the message it will show you that is loading live summary. And let me just pass here the centered and close this loader here. And if it is not in loading state, then it will be not selected match. If the match is not selected, if any of the match is not selected, then in that case it will show you this div, and the class name will be home styles dot, it will be quick score content, and inside this type a no match selected, click any match card to load quick score. Now if the match is also selected and the loading is not done, in that case let me create a div, and inside this div another div tag and give class name to this div. It will be home styles dot quick score status, quick score content, and inside this type here matches, and the matches will contain the selected match. Also it will let me just create another component, and the component name here, it will be scoreboard.jsx, and type here RAFCE. Then let me just import this scoreboard here, and let me just pass here the match ID, and the match ID here, it will contain the normalized match ID, and the normalized match ID will be done on the selected match. So by this, let me just go, and you can see the quick score is present here. So we have to create this quick score here. So now it shows this match ID, but it doesn't show you the quick score. So for that, let's go and create our quick scoreboard. But before that, create a div tag here and give class name. It will be margin top will be 3. It will be flex, gap will be of 2. Then a button tag here, and the button tag will be containing this on click property, and pass here the arrow function, and type here this const, type here el is equals to document dot, it will be get element by id, and we are gonna target the element as match details. Then type here if the el is founded, then it will be el dot scroll into view, and inside this we are gonna define the behavior as smooth, and then let me put a comma and type a block, and the block will be start. Now inside this, let's give a class name to this button tag. It will be home styles dot, it will be quick score button, and inside this button, let me just type here view details. So once I click on this button, it will show you this scoreboard here. So now let's create this scoreboard here. Now let me just type here import, and we are going to import first. Let me just go to this Crick API, and let me remove this key so that we don't run out our 200 request. So let me paste it here like comment, and now let me just go back to scoreboard, and let's go to our GitHub first. And inside this GitHub, let me just go to our components, and inside this, let's go to scoreboard.jsx and copy this whole code, and let me just paste it over here. Now this is the full code for our scoreboard, and now let me just go back and refresh it. So on the right side, you can see this quick score is present here. So let me just first fix this. Now let me just refresh it. So now you can see the scoreboard is present here on the right side, which shows the quick score, the match details, and the match between the two teams with the batsman as well as the bowler's detail, having the batsman detail as well as the bowler, and the total score. Now as well as for the second team also, this is the similar. Now let me just go to our scoreboard, and let me explain you this. So these functions are the same logic we have just used to create our live matches as well as the upcoming matches. Then now here this use effect is also similar to fetch this, and this let me just show you this flag function. This is also similar to the flag we need to use to fetch the flag from the flag.js file, and this render batsman helps in rendering the batsman. If the batsman, let me just add a comment here, that is it helps in rendering the batsman detail, and similar for this ball also, it helps in rendering the bowler's detail, and if there is no bowler present, it will show you this, that is the no bowler's length is 0 or the bowlers is not present. Similar for the batsman also, if the batsman is not present as well as the length is not present of that batsman, it will show you no batsman data. Now for the UI part, this scoreboard and match, it is similar to, let me just show you this scoreboard and match. This is coming from there, and after this the loading state, it is for the loading state, but right now it is not in loading state, so it is nothing. Then for this small flag, and for team A, this is this flag, we are getting this from here, and this team A means the second team, that is the versus team. After this versus is for this versus, and here let me just show you the small flag is for this team B, that is this flag which we are not getting for this team. Now let me just show you this inning details. In inning details, it is similar to the details. Let me just show you this detail where we can toggle between the innings, that is we get this title, summary, score and overs. Let me show you where we are getting this. Here we are getting this inning details as the summary, also this overs and a click to expand and collapse button. Now here is open means we are gonna render our batsman as well as the bowler's detail. As you can see, we are just rendering here. Let me just click on this. So here we are rendering the batsman as well as the bowler's detail, and it is coming from this render batsman and render bowlers function. And now if there is no innings present, that is if there is no live match going, then it will show you no innings. Then if we are in the loading state, this is how our payload will be passed here. So let me just add a comment here also, that is toggle button to hide the show and wrapper. That is the toggle button. We are just wrapping this to collapse and hide the detail, and here it is no data available, and this is the full card. If I click on this, it gets collapsed here. So that's how it's work, and it shows this full score and share option with the view detail here using this here. So by this we have completed our scoreboard.jsx component also. So let's create another component, and the name of this component will be matchdetail.jsx, and inside this let me just type here RAFCE. Then let's me just add this to commented here, and now here first let me just close this, and inside this our home.jsx, here after this section tag, let's create our another section, and the name of this section will be details section. And inside this details section, let's create a section tag, and inside this section tag let me just give here the ID, and the ID will be for match detail, and the class name here it will be for home styles dot details section. Then inside this create a div tag, give class name to this div, it will be home styles dot, it will be our details card. Then another div tag, and let's give here the class name to this div, it will be home styles dot, it will be details title, and let me just give a title here, that is match details. Now after this let me just create here, that is the not selected match, and if the match is not selected, then it will create a div tag, and what we are gonna show that it is the home styles dot, it will be quick score content, and let me just type here no match selected, click any match card for live or upcoming view to view details, and let me just type a selected match. If we have selected a particular match, then in that case create a div tag and give class name to this div, it will be home styles dot details content. Then inside this let me just show you the match detail which will be imported here, and we are gonna pass the match ID which will have this normalized match ID with the selected match. So here we are gonna pass this in the match ID, and also create a div tag, give class name to this div, it will be home, let me just don't give a class name to this div, and create another div tag, and let's give this div a class name as text small, and font will be medium, then text slate 800, then margin from bottom will be 3, and let me just type a scoreboard. Now after this let me just pass here the scoreboard, and here also the match ID will be, let me type here normalize match ID, and inside this we are gonna pass the selected match here. Now after this let's create our team section also. So for our team section create a section tag, and inside this section tag pass the ID will be team section, and the class name to the section tag will be home styles dot, it will be team section. Then let's pass here the team ID, and if the team ID is present, then create a div tag, give class name, it will be home styles dot, it will be team card. Then create another div tag, give class name to this div, it will be home styles dot team title, and let me just give here the title as team preview, and let me just pass here the team ID. Now after this, let me create another div tag, give class name to this div, it will be home styles dot, and it will be quick score content, and inside this let me just type here the team and type here details, component not included, wired to your team API using team ID. So it will show you this here, and we need to import our footer also. So by this we have completed our home section also. So now let's go back, and here you will be able to see the footer with the match detail card present here. So now let's create our match detail here. Now let me type here import, and here we are going to import our get match center, which will be coming from our API. So here we are going to use this function for our this match detail. Also we are going to import our get s card, also get hs card. So here we are going to get this from the API. Then we are going to import our styles, that is the match detail styles, and here we are going to use these CSS property for our this particular component. Let me close this here, and now after this let me just go to our GitHub, and inside this match details let me open this, and let me just copy this use state hooks, and here let me just paste it here. Let's import our use state hook. Now this center will store the center, that where the match detail will be, the match will be happening. This S card and H card will store the center for this H and S card. Then this H card and the S card will be storing the center for this here. So these three things will be storing all the centers here. Then the loading and error state will show you this loading state as well as the error if something happens wrong. Show raw will show you the data here, and last updated will show you that the last time you have refreshed the page or refreshed the data. Now in the home.jsx we have passed this match ID, so we need to use it as a prop here. Then we need to type here class name. Let me type here class name is equals to, it will be empty. Now after this let me just go back, and let me just copy these functions here and here, and let me just paste it here. Now after pasting this function, it is similar, this function is also similar to, let me just show you, this function is similar for this it is similar for this scorecard. See this, the try extract function. So it helps in extracting the details from our API. Then we are gonna map our lowercase scorecard. So we are mapping this innings detail into this scorecard here using this function. And now let me add a comment here also. So this function maps the lower scorecard and returns a detail overview. Then this use callback hook is helping us in getting and extracting the details from our innings. And this use effect hook fetch all, so we have to import it also. So this fetches from all the data from the API, and each time we reload the page here. Then after this let me just remove this div and open the returns bracket and create a div tag inside this, and let's give here class name, and let's create our UI for this, and it will be backtick, and let's type here match details styles dot, it will be container. Then inside this we are gonna pass the class name also. Then create another div tag, and let's give here class name, and the class name here it will be match details styles dot, it will be our header container. Then after this create another div tag and another div tag and give class name to this div, it will be match details styles dot header title, and let's give here the title as match detail. Now after this, create another div tag and let's give here the class name to this div. It will be match details styles dot header subtitle, and let's give here the subtitle as match title. Now after this div, let's create another div tag and let's give here class name. It will be match details styles dot header button group, and inside this type a last updated, and we are creating this refresh button here. So create a div tag for that and give class name to that as match details styles dot last updated text, and inside this just type a last, and here we have to pass the last updated dot to local time string. And now after this, let's create a button tag, and inside this button tag give here on click property, and it will be creating an arrow function, and type a fetch all, so it will fetch all the details once click here, and give class name to it as match details styles dot refresh button, and disabled is equals to, it will be true when it is in loading state. Then let's type here if it is in loading state, then it will be our refreshing, and let me just type here in else case, if it is not in loading state, then it will be refresh button. So now after this, let's create another button tag, and this time let's give here on click property and create another arrow function, and type here set show row raw, and inside this we are gonna pass the s, and it will be not s. Then give class name to it as it will be match details styles dot raw toggle button. Then inside this, let's pass here the show raw. If it is, then it will hide raw, and if else case, it will be show raw. Now after creating these toggle buttons, let me just okay, you won't be able to see right now, so if you want you can just paste that API. So let me just create a section that is for the loading, and if the loading is happening, then in that case create a div tag, give class name to this div. It will be match details styles dot loading container. Then inside this pass here the loader, and the message what it gonna show is loading match details. Then let me just close this loader here, and in else case, if it is not in loading state or whether the error occurs, in that case create another div tag and give class name to this div. It will be match details styles dot error container, and inside this we are gonna pass the error, and the error will contain the error. Now if the loading state is not happening as well as the error didn't happen, then create another div tag, and let's give here the class name to this div. It will be match details styles dot main grid. Then another div tag, give class name. It will be, let me just give a class name as match details styles dot left column. Then let's pass here the, let me just create another component for this. It will be our scorecard.jsx function component, and type here RFCE, and here let me just go to our GitHub, and for this scorecard.jsx copy this whole code also, and let me just paste it over here. So this is our whole code for our scorecard function, and here we are going to use the CSS property for our this function. Now after this, let me just import this scorecard here, and inside this we are gonna pass the innings as innings, and let me just close this scorecard here. Now let me just uncomment this, and now let me just go back to our, and let's refresh. So it shows an error that says use callback is not defined. So okay, we have to define this in the match details. So let me just go to match detail, and now after this paste it here. Then now it's working fine here. Now here on the right side you can see the scoreboard is coming here, and inside this match details you can see this details are present here with the scoreboard here. Now so this is all working fine. how we are getting this scorecard? So here we are using this scorecard. Let me show you how we are getting this. So it is this, that if the no innings is provided, then it will show you no innings data is present here. Also same with this, innings.length is equals to 0, then that means that is the no scorecard available. So no innings happens, then no scorecard available, that means. Then if the innings happens, then it will show you this expand and collapse button, that is this button here for the match details. And let me just show you this button also. This is for the expand and collapsing of this button. And here for this batting, for the body, for the batsman team, here we are using this batting, that is this ball. This is for this, R is for this run, and this is for the batsman order. So this R is for run, B for ball, force, how many fours are hit, and the 6, and the SR will be calculated here. So now this is our batsman table. Similar, the table for this bowler will be given below. So if there is no batsman played till now, then it will show you no batsman data here. Now similar for this bowler also, we have this bowling order, and let me show you this bowler details. And this is the bowling details. We have this name, the runs with the wicket, and this over and the economy of that particular bowler. These all details are being fetched by the API. Then see, you can see this is the UI for this bowling, the name, the role of that particular bowler, the stats of that particular bowler, the overs as well as the economy of that particular bowler. If no bowlers have been bowled, then it will show you no bowlers detail. Now in this it will show you the summary and this show full card scorecard here. So if you expand it, it will show you this, and if you collapse, it will show you click to expand for this full inning details. Now this footer is for this footer, that is show full card, this runs and this over. So this is how we are getting this overs and run here. So let me just close this here, and again let me just comment it here. Now in this match details.jsx, let me just after this, let me create another div, give class name to this div. It will be our match details styles dot scoreboard container. Then inside this, let's pass here the scoreboard, and the match ID here we are gonna pass here the string, and inside the string we are gonna pass here the match ID. Let me just close the scoreboard here, and now after this type here, let me just go to our GitHub again, and inside this match details.jsx, let me scroll down for this show raw data, and let's copy this and let me paste it over here. Now after pasting this, let me just show you, this is the raw payload where we will be getting the center, we will be getting this normalized raw for the S card and HS card. Now after this div, let's create a aside tag, and inside the aside tag, let me just give a class name to this tag. It will be match details styles dot sidebar container. Then another div tag, give class name to this div. It will be match details styles dot summary card. Then another div tag, and let's give class name to this div. It will be match details styles dot summary title, and inside this pass here the match summary. So this title will be shown over the UI. Then another div tag, and here let me just give another class name, and it will be match details styles dot, it will be summary text, and inside this pass here the summary. First we have to pass here the center, and pass here the center dot match and the match dot status, and inside this or it will be type here HS card, and it will be HS card dot match or dot status, or else it will be scard and scard dot status. Now, or it will be empty. So here we are going to show you this summary here. Now, after this, let's create another center, and inside the center, if the center is present, dot match and dot it will be venue. Now, menu info, and in that case create a div tag, give class name. If these things are present, then we are gonna show this venue text, and inside this we are gonna pass the center dot match dot venue info dot ground. So let me just go, and here let me just go to player list, and let me just copy this dot here, and here let me just give a dot here, and inside this let's give a space here after this dot, and after this we are gonna pass here the center dot match dot venue info. Then inside this venue info we are going to get the city here. So now create another div tag, give class name to this div. It will be match details styles dot players card. Then create another div tag and give class name. It will be match details styles dot players title, and inside this pass here the player title, that is the players. And now after giving this heading, let's create another component, that is the players list.jsx, and type here RFCE, and here in match details let's import our player list, and here we are going to pass here the players, and player will contain the players. Now make it players, so players will contain the players, and also the on select, here the on select will contain the, let me create a pass here the player and create an arrow function, and in console.log let me just type a console.log, and it will be our player selected or the player selected, and pass here the player. Now let me type here compact. Now after writing this, let me just pass here the not found the players. If the player is not founded, and or the players dot length, let me type here length is equals to 0. If the player is not founded and the length of that player or the length of that player is 0, then in that case create a div and give class name to this div. It will be match details styles dot no player text, and here let me just give a text as no player data available. Now after this we have completed our match detail also. So now let me just go to create our player list. Now let's type here import, and we are going to import our player list styles from our dummy styles, and here we are going to use these particular CSS property for our players list component, and also we require our avatar sizes, and here this avatar sizes will have this compact also. So let me just close this here, and here let me just first let me create a function here. So type here const avatar is equals to create an arrow function here, and for avatar inside this let me just go to GitHub and copy this and paste it here. This things will be coming from our player list function that will be created below, and also let me copy these states that has this height and width for that particular avatar size, and this avatar style will store the height and width here. Now after this let me just go, and here let me just copy these both function for the image, also for the initials, and this image will, if the image is founded, then it will show you this image with the avatar, and the initial will have this name, and the name will be split with the map and slice all things. Then in return create a div thing, and div will have this class name as player list styles dot avatar fallback here. Then let's give here style, and the style will be avatar style. Now let me just type here, pass here the initials. Now after this initials has been passed, now let's go back and here let me copy this and let me just break it as a prop here or use it as a prop here. Then let me remove this, and inside this now let's create a div tag here. And now let me just here, let me type here, if no players to show, if the player we want to show is not present here, then array is not array and the array of that player will not be present, or in else or case the player dot length is equals to 0. If the player is not found or the player length is 0, then in that case it will be a div, and the class name here it will be player list styles dot no player container, and inside this we are gonna show this that no player to show. So here we are going to show this here. Then again inside this create a div tag here, and let's give here class name to this div. It will be, let me type here, player list styles dot, it will be list container. Then also let me add a comment that is for compact avatar. So for small icons, let me just type here const avatar size is equals to, it will be compact. If it is compact, then it will be compact, else it will be default in size. Now after writing this much, let me just create a players dot map, and here we are gonna map our p. Let me remove this and type here p, and p is for the player, and we are gonna map player with the button tag, and this button tag will have this key, and key will be p dot id, that is the player id, or it will be p dot name, that is the player name. And on click here it will create an arrow function, and inside this arrow function type here on select, and it will be on select and it will be done on player. Then give class name to this button tag, it will be player list styles dot, it will be player item, and inside this let's create a div tag, and let's give here class name to this div, it will be player list styles dot avatar container. Then another div tag, and let's give style here, and inside the styles let's type here width, and the width will be having this compact. Then if it is compact, then in that case avatar size dot compact dot width, and in else case it will be avatar sizes, and here it will be sizes also dot default dot width. Now after this put a comma and type a height, and let's copy this line here, and let me just paste it after this, and here this just change this to height, and also it will be changed to height here. Now after changing this, let's type a p dot image URL. If the player's image is present, then in that case the image will have the player dot image URL, and in alternate it will have this p dot name, and give class name to this image tag, it will be player list styles dot avatar image. The avatar image is for the initial, that is the first letter of that particular player, and in else case just pass here the player list styles dot avatar fallback, and here let me just pass here, let's go to GitHub and let me just copy this p player's name and let me just paste it here. Now after pasting this much here, let me just type here another div tag and give class name to this div, it will be player list styles dot player info, and here create another div tag and let's give here class name, it will be player list styles dot player match info, and then let's give another div tag and another div and give class name to this div, it will be player list styles dot player name, and here we are going to pass the player dot name here. Now after passing this name, let's create another div tag and let's give here class name, it will be player list styles dot player details, and inside this we are gonna pass the player dot role, or we are gonna pass the player dot position, or it will be empty. Also we are gonna show the p dot country, that is the player's country, and let me copy this dot here from the GitHub and paste it here. And after this, let me just pass here the player dot country. Else it will be, if the country is present, then it will be country, else it will be empty. Then another div tag, give class name to this div, it will be player list styles dot player stats, and inside the stats, let's create our quick stat for that particular player. So here, let me just type here, player dot p dot runs is not equals to null. If the player dot runs is not equals to null, in that case create a span tag and give class name to the span, and the span will have, this font will be semi bold here, and inside this pass here the players dot run here. So we are going to pass this. Then after this we are gonna show a small player dot wicket is not equals to null. If the player dot wicket is not equals to null, then another span tag, and let's give class name to the span. It will be margin from left will be 2, font will be semi bold, and inside this pass here the player dot wickets with the WKTS wickets. Now after this, let's type here player dot bio, that is the p dot bio, and create another div tag, and let's give class name to this div. It will be player list styles dot player bio, and inside this we are gonna pass the player dot bio. Now by writing this much, we have completed our player list also. Now let me just uncomment this and let me paste it here. Then let's go and check our whole project. Now let me refresh it for here, and now you can see we have this live matches, and in live matches it shows the 2 matches that are just occurring here right now, and it shows the detail of that particular matches what we have selected here. Then now here in the upcoming matches, you can see this match is going to happen on 6th, and for that particular match it shows that no innings are being shown here, as the match is gonna be happen. So it is a upcoming match, and the real-time match which is going on, it shows these details for that particular match that is happening here. So now let me just show you the responsiveness also. Let us test the responsiveness for this project. So now till now this project is fully responsive for any devices, that is for the laptop, mobile, or any view. Now you can see it is responsive for any devices. So this will be all. Stay tuned for more, and thanks for watching.